that overlap with our work here. And maybe I can add only that some of our students organized an exhibition here last weekend. And a few of the works are still on display here. And perhaps you would like to take a tour during your breaks and talk with the students about their approaches. Yeah? In front of me, what means behind you, is, for example, painting with AI. This project won the Grand Prix of the Ars Electronica last year, so it's an interesting process. Behind me is a work that's asked whether algorithms such as ant colony optimization represent an understanding of non-humans. And very interesting for you could be hacking talking, exploring the role of speech in creative working processes. So I hope you are having a good time here in our studio. Some of our students and researchers will have to continue minor jobs alongside the conference. If they are too noisy or something else, tell us. This is also part of a co-working situation too. So, and last but not least, I think I introduce Fang and Iman. Iman is the guy on the right side, who will be coordinating the technical side of the things here. I wish you a great conference.
Okay, and third time's the charm. Welcome, very warm welcome here at the TU Berlin. I'm Maciej Kohar, and I will just tell you a few technical information. So first of all, as Beate already said, we will be streaming and recording. If you don't want that, tell us. But because of this, it is very, very important that we use the microphones during the Q&A. If we don't use the microphones, then that sound is not going on the recording or on the stream. So, you know, that would be a shame. So always do use the microphones. Second point is where the bathrooms are. This is important. So the bathrooms are, you have to go out of this room, downstairs, down through the big glass door, then turn right, and there will be another glass door. You walk through that, there's the men's room. You walk downstairs, there's the ladies' room. Okay? If you have problems finding it, we will put up more signs. Third point is some of our catering will be in a different room. We will lead you there the first time or the first few times, and then hopefully you will be able to find it on your own also.
Basically just below.
Yeah.
This room, so
Yeah. And last point is the workshop dinner. Today we have a workshop dinner. If you registered for the workshop dinner, we are counting with you. Note, registering to the workshop dinner involved writing an email to us. If you didn't write an email to us saying that you registered for the workshop dinner, you are not registered to the workshop dinner, okay? So, nevertheless, we have a few free spaces that were created by people canceling. So, if you are quick and still want to go to the workshop dinner, find me, tell me your name, I put you on the list if there's still space. That should be it.
just to fill the silence. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I guess we can start. And it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, which is our fellow. And apparently we have to solve some issues. Peter Schulte is an associate professor at philosophy at Umeå University in Sweden, so very far away. As I said, he is our external fellow, which means that he joins all our group meetings. And for those of you who haven't studied our project website, our approach is an adversarial collaboration. So we bring together people who have very different views on explanation in cognitive neuroscience. So we have the non-representationalists and the representationalists. Peter is one of the representationalists, so on that side of this adversarial collaboration. And he has worked on this topic extensively, so he has numerous articles on mental content, representation functions, mental causation, telesemantics, and also on topics like AI and free will. And 2 years ago, he published a very good book in the series of the Cambridge Element on mental content, which I can highly recommend. And today, he will present, of course, his view on representational explanation, representations in the brain getting off on the right foot. Peter, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much for the introduction and for the opportunity to give my presentation here. So I'll just get sorted out. So is that okay? Like that with a microphone? So no, it's not. No, it's just this one. Yeah. Okay. Just this one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think I can start now. So the title, as Beate has mentioned, is Representations in the Brain. And since I'm one of the members of this NeuroExp project that is organizing the conference, I thought I should start by mentioning that and by situating my talk within that project. So, the full title of the project is, okay, it's a bit difficult, yeah. The full title, as you can see, is Mechanistic and Representational Explanations in Cognitive Neuroscience. And very broadly, the aim of the project is to investigate the relationship between mechanistic and representational explanations in neuroscientific research. And if you want to know more about the project and its more specific goals, then you can look it up on the website if you have not already done so. Okay, now in the first stage of the project, the stage we are currently in, we're trying to identify and discuss representative case studies where, for one thing, neural representations seem to play a crucial explanatory role, and secondly, the neural mechanisms involved are comparatively well known, well understood. Now, when one searches for these case studies, a methodological problem arises, and the problem can be put as follows. First, everybody agrees that the term neural representation is widely used in current neuroscientific research. That's just a fact. However, recent surveys of scientists have revealed significant disagreements and a considerable amount of uncertainty about the application conditions of this term. And this has led some theorists to suspect that the term neural representation has no clear meaning in neuroscientific research, or that the meaning is massively indeterminate. And if this were true, of course, it would make the search for representative case studies somewhat futile. Now, my primary aim in this talk is to argue that we can overcome this methodological problem. And to that end, I propose a set of sufficient conditions for neural representations that, I suggest, should be acceptable to a great majority of scientists working in the field. And if this works out, it supports the view that there does exist a substantive core notion of neural representation that is widely used, even though it is usually not clearly articulated. Okay, so in addition to that, in addition to spelling out these conditions, I will provide a paradigm example where all the proposed conditions seem to be fulfilled, namely the mechanism for path integration in bees. And at the end, I will briefly mention some possible implications of my arguments for wider debates. Okay, so here's a quick overview of my talk. In the first section, the background section, I'll clarify some crucial terms and basic assumptions. Then I will present the conditions that are supposed to be sufficient for neural representation, namely the vehicle condition, the functional information condition, and the processing network condition. And then I'll talk a little bit about implications. Okay, great. So let's start with the first section, background. First of all, what are representations? Very generally, we can say that representations are states that represent that something is or should be the case. That something is usually called the semantic content of the representation. So, equivalently, we can also say that representations are states with semantic content. Standard example, my belief that Jokkmokk is in Sweden is a state that represents that Jokkmokk is in Sweden. And we can also say, well, it has a semantic content, namely the semantic content that Jokkmokk is in Sweden. Okay, that's some very general explanations of this term representation. And the assumption here is the basic assumption that neural representations are representations in this general sense. Okay, now the starting point of my proposal can be characterized as follows. So I will start with a neural organism. I will not talk about artifacts, AI systems, for example, or non-neural organisms like plants or bacteria, since, well, our topic is neural representations. That's why these systems are not relevant today. Okay, I will also assume that the organism has certain behavioral capacities and that there's a neural mechanism underlying these capacities. And the question then is, well, what conditions ensure that neural representations are involved in that neural mechanism? And as I've already indicated, I'll propose a set of 3 conditions, conditions that taken together ensure that representations are involved, according to my view. Okay, so as I've also mentioned, my paradigm example will be path integration in bees. It's easy to see that, well, the basic presuppositions are fulfilled here. The bee is a neural organism, and it also has a number of interesting capacities. Here, the most relevant capacity is, well, the capacity to return to its nest in a straight line after foraging, a capacity that it has in common with other insects, for example, ants. That's why you see an ant on the slide. And, well, the phenomenon is just that, the bee forages for food on a highly irregular path. You see here this squiggly line. And then when it finds food, it is able to return to its nest on a straight path. And yeah, of course, there is a neural mechanism underlying this capacity, and that's what I call the path integration mechanism. And I will argue in the following that the path integration mechanism satisfies the proposed sufficient conditions for neural representations. And yeah, the empirical basis for this are some relatively recent papers by Stone and co-authors and Heinze and co-authors, which develop a very interesting model, realistic neural network model of this path integration capacity in bees. Okay, so yeah, on to the conditions. The first condition, as I said, is the vehicle condition, and it goes as follows. The mechanism in question contains vehicle states as constituents. And vehicle states are just repeatable physical states of the brain that play a significant causal role within the system and that can thus serve as carriers of content. Or less metaphorically, these states can instantiate the content properties in question. In general terms, these vehicles can be described as patterns of neural activity, and that's the way they're usually described in the literature. Some standard examples would be different firing rates of a neuron or different combinations of firing rates in a neural population, and so on. Now, if we now turn to the bee study, we find many examples of vehicle states, but I will focus on the vehicles for representations of the bee's current flight direction or current heading. And here's what the model says about these representations. It says, well, there's a ring attractor, so-called ring attractor, in the bee's central complex, consisting of 8 TB1 neurons. It's just what they're called. And these neurons are tuned to different directions, always relative to the direction of the sun. And these directions are also called azimuth directions. So yeah, we can say, well, there's the first TB1 neuron that is tuned to direction 0 degrees, straight ahead towards the sun. The second is tuned to 45 degrees clockwise from the sun. The third is tuned to 90 degrees clockwise from the sun, etc. So, and then the authors write, if each neuron in the ring represents a different azimuth angle, a fixed reference vector, then the combined activity in all neurons in the ring encodes the current heading of the animal. So the idea is that one combination of firing rates represents a flight direction of, let's say, 13%. Another combination represents a flight direction of 27%, etc., for all these directions. And it's the combinations of the firing rates that are the vehicle states in this case. That's why this is red here. The combined activity in all the neurons. That's a vehicle state. Okay, so the first condition is clearly fulfilled. So let's move on to the second condition, the functional information condition. Okay, and this condition runs as follows. The vehicle states carry functional information about external, or in some cases also internal, states of affairs. And to clarify what this condition means, let me first say a few words about the term information. So by information, I here mean correlational information. This can be spelled out more precisely in different ways. To a first approximation, we could simply say, well, a state N carries information about another state of affairs S, if and only if the conditional probability of S given N is greater than the prior probability of S. So the state n raises the probability of S. That's a kind of simple definition of correlational information that's often used, especially in philosophy, I think. There are then possible refinements. Some appeal to mutual information in Shannon's sense here, or there are also more sophisticated measures that have been proposed that are based on mutual information. But for our purposes, the definition of, in terms of probability raising is good enough. Now, as you see in the condition, I'm not talking about information simpliciter, but about functional information. So, yeah, what is that? Yeah, roughly speaking, we can say that functional information is correlational information that states carry under normal conditions, and that is constitutive for some of the organism's capacities. And by constitutive, I mean simply this: if the states did not carry that correlational information, the organism would not have the capacities in question. So to illustrate that, let us turn again to the B example. And we could look at the representations of the current heading once again, but to make things a little more interesting, let us look at the B's home vector representations. So the states that represent the direction and distance of the B's nest, the home vector. And with respect to these representations, the model tells us this. First, the B's central complex contains 8 CPU4 columns, so-called integrators, one for each azimuth direction again. And the authors tell us that the combined activity of all 8 integrators represents the distance to the point of origin in conjunction with its direction at any given moment in time during foraging. So it's a representation of this home vector, the direction combined with the distance that is represented here. And they also say, in other words, that the CPU4 neurons can be described as harboring a distributed home vector representation. And with respect to these representational states, we can easily see that different activity combinations carry correlational information about different positions relative to the nest or different home vectors. And if they did not carry that information, then the bee would not have the capacity to return to its nest in a straight line. Or we can also put it a little differently. The bee does not have the ability to return to its nest in a straight line relative to environments where the CPU4 column states do not carry that correlational information. In that sense, the correlational information is constitutive of the bee's capacity to return to its nest in a straight line. Yeah, okay, so it seems that this second condition, the functional information condition, is also fulfilled. Now, one interesting question that arises at this point is, aren't these two conditions already sufficient? Because some analyses of representations proposed in the literature, especially the neuroscientific literature, suggest that, in effect, they are sufficient. But the problem with this suggestion is that this would license the attribution of neurorepresentations to very simple neuromechanisms, including hardwired mechanisms for basic reflexes. Because, take as an example, the mechanism responsible for the blink reflex. Surely this mechanism contains vehicle states that carry functional information about stimulations of the cornea. But arguably, at least, such mechanisms should not qualify as containing representations or representational states, since representational explanations or representational models seem to have no point in these cases. They seem to be mere manners of speaking, mere rhetorical flourish that does not have any real, genuine explanatory value. And it seems plausible that we should not attribute representational states in cases where representational explanations are pointless. That would kind of trivialize the notion of representation. So, a brief footnote here. I don't want to deny that there are probably ways of using the term representation that are kind of deflationary or trivializing in the sense, and that's okay. We can have a little bit of pluralism here, but what I want to say is there's also a more substantive notion that can be found in the literature, and that's what I'm trying to spell out here. So if we are looking for this more substantive notion, one or more additional conditions are needed, and the condition that I will propose here is what I call the processing network condition. And it goes as follows: the function carrying vehicle states form a complex processing network. And by that, or by saying that the vehicle states form a processing network, I mean that there obtain systematic causal relations between these vehicle states or between families of vehicle states that can be semantically characterized as mathematical operations or logical inferences. And this network is supposed to be complex, and that is a deliberately vague requirement, so there will be cases where it's simply indeterminate whether they fulfill this third condition, and I think that's basically fine. One brief observation here, these systematic causal relations may be understood as computational relations, depending on one's theory of computation. I'm very sympathetic to that, but that's an issue I won't go into further here. So that's just an aside. Now, standard examples of complex processing networks would be things like the Mars model of visual processing, or the model of pointing and reaching behavior by Shadmer and Wise, and so on. But we will look once more at the B case. And here, I would argue this condition is also fulfilled. So there does seem to be a fairly complex path integration processing network. And here are two examples of processing relations in this network, of systematic causal relations that can be semantically characterized. Here's a nice picture of this network, and here's an example of one of these relations. The home vector representation in the CPU 4 columns is continually updated by the integration of information about current flight direction, represented by the TB1 neurons, and speed, represented by the TN neurons. So here is a systematic relationship between these speed representations, direction representations, and then the home vector representations that can be characterized in terms of a mathematical operation. And another example, when the bee decides to fly back to its nest, then the CPU1 neurons that you see on the from your side, the right, they compute the required turning movement by combining information about the nest's position, represented by the CPU4 columns, and representations of the current flight direction, represented by the TB1 neurons. So again, here you have these flight direction representations and home vector representations combining to yield these motor commands, turn left, turn right, and so on. Okay, so that's what I take to be a processing network, and I think you can see on the picture that it's a pretty complex one. So it seems that the third condition is also fulfilled in this case. And I think that's really a welcome result, since we no longer have a trivialization problem here, since it's clear that quite substantive representational explanations of the behavior can be given. So it's no longer something like a simple reflex behavior that's going on here. Okay, so let's move on to the last section, implications. But first, a brief summary. My proposal is this: if a biological organism has a set of capacities and there's a neural mechanism M underlying these capacities, then M contains neural representations as constituents if, first, this mechanism contains vehicle states, S1 to Sn. These vehicle states carry functional information about external or internal states of affairs, and they form a complex processing network. And as I've argued, according to this proposal, the B's path integration mechanism may be seen as a paradigm example of a mechanism that employs neural representation, that fulfills all these conditions. So these results are, I think, interesting in themselves, but it's also interesting to ask, okay, what might be the implications for other related wider debates? And I'll say a few brief, all too brief words about that. So first, possible implications for theories of representation. The sufficient conditions for neural representations that I formulated appeal crucially to the notion of information and to functional notions, especially in the notion of a capacity and the associated notion of functional information. And I just want to note that this fits very well with informational teleological theories of representation, what is also called informational telesemantics. So my arguments may be seen as lending some support, at least, to these informational telesemantics and to kind of challenge rival approaches. Secondly, possible implications for the debate about representational explanation. Here, I think the case of the B's path integration mechanism is interesting, because it's a case where we have both a genuine representational explanation, at least if my conditions are correct, then it is a genuine representational explanation. But we also have a reasonably detailed neurophysiological account of the mechanism. So if it can be argued that the representational model has explanatory value in this case, despite the fact that a detailed neurophysiological account exists, then this undermines the idea, sometimes defended in the literature, that representational explanations have value only because, or only as long as, detailed neurophysiological explanations are not available. And finally, possible implications for the debate between representationalism and anti-representationalism. Well, as you know, there are certain radical versions of anti-representationalism that deny the very existence of neural representations. And I think, so if my arguments are on the right track, the B example strongly suggests that these versions of anti-representationalism are false for at least some biological organisms. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter. So we have 15 to 17 minutes time for questions, and I think it's more important that they hear your answers, so I can.
Okay, yeah.
So I see
Yes. Okay. Thank you. It was really interesting. I have a question about the model, and maybe it will explain representations and the vehicles, because, for instance, in the representation, you say that the content of representation of like one neuron is like 0 degrees. So it seems like you use the correlational informational model. But on the other hand, when you talk about the ring attractor, so the ring attractor is a sort of structural representation or internal model of all possible directions. And then in this case, really what is the representation of the 0 direction is not just the activity of a single neuron, but a point in a state space. So there is something ambiguous here. And also about the vehicles, it's the same. On the one hand, you can say, well, the vehicles are like the neural activity of the neuron. On the other hand, it's like the really state space of the possible combinations of all neural states, and of course the ring attractor is something absolute. It's not really in the B of the head. We just describe it as ring. I mean, there is no ring attractor in the bees itself. It's a feature of our model that we describe it this way. So these are like.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Maybe I go back to. Okay. The point where the ring attractor is described. Yep. Okay. It's here, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So the main point I wanted to make here is, so what are the vehicles for representation of the current heading? So, and there. What they say is, well, the vehicle there is the combined activity in all neurons in the ring. And, well, I think this can be described as a point in a neural activation space. So if you say, well, okay, these 8 neurons are my 8 dimensions, so the combined activity in all the neurons can be represented as a point in this 8-dimensional space. But yeah, I think, so if we are talking about the real neural substrate here, so the neural state that is the vehicle, I would say, well, yeah, it's just a combination of these activity levels. Yeah, so it's stable enough at least, yeah, for guiding this. So that's how these descriptions are related, I think, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 questions, if it's allowed. One is about the normative dimension of representation in the case study you unpacked. Put it simply, under what conditions the B example would involve misrepresentation? So that's my first question. Second question is about the motivation for your project. You mentioned, the vagueness and ambiguity of usage in neurosciences and other fields as a motivation for making, the notion of representation more precise. And to me, the vagueness and ambiguity, in a way, are not bugs in a research practice, but actually they facilitate research aimed at discovering mechanisms for neural coding. And on top of that, at least to my mind, there is no strong evidence that the ambiguity and vagueness is actually a limitation or an impediment when it comes to communication among practicing scientists.
Yeah, thanks. About misrepresentation, so a simple case that often occurs in these experiments is that the B is kind of displaced. So it has a certain, formed a certain home vector representation, has found food, and after it has found food, it is replaced, and then tries to fly back to its nest, but of course it doesn't find a nest where it expects or represents the nest to be. So it then starts this kind of search flight, these panicky movements. Okay, where's the nest? Where's the nest? It should be there. So that's kind of experiments that establish that the direction is also, the distance is also represented, not just the direction. And that would be, I think, a nice case of misrepresentation here in this example. Then, about the ambiguity and vagueness, is it a problem? Well, I think, so my kind of hypothesis is that, I mean, I'm not saying that everyone uses the term representation or neural representation in the same way. I would grant that there are these kind of minimal notions. Some people might say, well, I just mean states that carry correlational information about some external state of affairs. That's what I call representation, and of course that's fine, but I think that needs to spell out in order to kind of forestall empty discussions like these verbal disputes. Is it representation really? And other person just endorses kind of a stipulative definition according to which it is representation. But I think it's then interesting to see that in addition to these minimalist notions, I think there's also good evidence for this more substantive notion, notion that goes together with these interesting representational explanations that one can formulate for systems that have representations in this more demanding sense, and that's what I was kind of trying to do. But, thanks very much.
Yes, thank you for your talk. I have a question about the notion of semantics that you use. So you had at the beginning of the talk, it seemed to me a little bit like you were trying to set up an argument for, semantic contentful representations. And I was thinking that would be your third condition, kind of explaining that. But your third condition talks about the relations between representations. And you said at one point, I don't know which slide this was anymore, but you said that these relations need to be amenable to semantic interpretation or something like that. So I'm wondering, are you making an argument for the semanticity of the representational content itself, or are you saying whatever the content is, I don't really want to talk about that, but it has to figure into semantic representations, like the semantic explanations, sorry, like the one you gave of how navigation actually works in this complex network? Thank you.
Okay, I think I see. So I do want to give sufficient conditions for representations in the sense I mentioned at the beginning. Representations are states that have semantic content by definition. So I want to give kind of sufficient conditions for states that have semantic content. It would not be good to have kind of, semantic content explicitly as one of the conditions. That would be kind of circular. There's still a little bit of circularity here when I say, well, okay, these systematic causal relations need to be the basis for these semantic characterizations, but that was just as a matter of convenience. I think if there are kind of systematic causal relations between these vehicle states, and the vehicle states carry correlation, functional information, then this enables not just a semantic characterization of these states as having such and such representational content, but also a semantic characterization of the relation between the states, namely computing the position from from the direction of movement and the speed and so on, or updating the home vector representation from representation of direction and speed and so on. So yeah, these conditions are supposed to ensure that you can have a semantic characterization of both the states and the relation between the states.
The relational information in the system turns semantic somehow. That's what I was trying to ask.
Well, I think since these conditions are supposed to be sufficient. Once these conditions are fulfilled, then you have semantic content and these semantic relations in a substantive word, a substantive sense of the word, of the term.
Thank you, Peter. So my question, I think, is very similar to what Alex asked. So I was struck by how you include the word "can be" described in semantic terms or mathematical terms, right? So my question is, in a sense, how strong of a modal force does this need to be, right? Because on the one hand, I can characterize very many relations in semantic or mathematical terms if I just, put my mind to it and think very hard. But it seems that you must mean something more.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure whether I do mean something more. I mean, this formulation can be characterized in semantic terms is really supposed to be more or less, an explanatory gloss here. Yeah. So I think once you have these systematic causal relations between internal states, and these internal states carry functional information, then I think you're bound to find semantic characterization of these relationships also. So it's not really doing any substantive work here. It's just supposed to be kind of explanatory. Yeah. Once these systematic causal relations are there, you can not only characterize the states in semantic terms, but also these causal relations. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I had one question. Oh, there is one further question. No, you go ahead. We are a research group. I can ask you more.
So, well, that makes sense. So it's very quick question. Given that there is some sort of this kind of explanatory gloss, and what the first question asks, like there is not like this ring attractor in the bee's mind, but we constructed in experimental settings. And I was thinking about how you quoted Villaroge at the beginning, which, if I remember well, defines his sort of representation on these statistical dependencies between task and patterns of activation. I was wondering why not going for more deflationary definition of representation and go for this more substantial one, because I'm not sure that I got right the distinction between these two ways of defining it, given all these all these kind of definitions. So that
So I mean, the motivation is, as I said in the talk, if you have this minimal notion of representation, then many people, I think, not just in philosophy, but also in other disciplines, will object that you're kind of trivializing the notion of representation. You're saying, well, okay, you describing this blink reflex in representational terms, but the notion of representation does not really do any explanatory work here. And I thought, okay, that does seem to be a kind of important consideration here. And if you take this consideration seriously, I think you can get at a stronger notion, more substantive notion of representation if you then add to these first two more or less uncontroversial conditions the third one, which is the processing network condition. And so I'm not sure how this relates to Oran's question about the ring attractor. So could you maybe, or...
No, it's just that I was wondering, since this sort of definition are like in functional terms, I mean, I don't know, I just have the feeling that since they are defined over statistical analysis on activation patterns, same explanatory, you buy the same explanatory force with a minimal notion of representation, which is based on this sort of on this sort of statistical definitions, than with a more substantial one. Well, I kind of have the feeling that if you start from these definitions of representation, I'm not sure that you need a stronger one, more ontologically committed one to put it to work. But I don't know, it was just.
Yeah, okay. So if you have this kind of minimal notion of representation and you want to stick to it, then I would just suggest, well, it's still an interesting question to ask, when do these representational explanations or representational models really become interesting? When does it seem like they have a real explanatory value? It's something we need to have in order to understand what's really going on in the system. And then I would say, well, okay, yeah, that's what I try to capture with this analysis. And I would say, well, there we have a stronger notion of representation that is involved. And but yeah, yeah, that's kind of the point of the.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for this great talk. Yeah, let's thank Peter. We're running out of time. And I will ask my question later. So without any break in between, I have the honor to introduce our second speaker. Okay, so it is an honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker, which you could say is a celebrity in the philosophy of neuroscience. So we are very, very happy that she's here. I'm talking about Matsvita Chirimuta, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Edinburgh. And she does research on philosophy of neuroscience and philosophy of perception. She has numerous articles on all of these topics. I can't mention them all. I only want to mention one book that I can highly recommend that appeared last year, The Brain Abstracted Simplification in the History and Philosophy of Neuroscience, published with MIT Press. I can really recommend that for philosophers, neuroscientists, and historians of science. It was awarded with the Nayev I. Rodan International Prize in Transdisciplinary Philosophy, organized by the Royal Institute of Philosophy in London. So that again shows it's a very good book. Thank you, Matsvita, for joining us, and her talk that you hopefully will see now is on neuromorphic computing and practical medium independence. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for the lovely introduction and for inviting me here. It's really nice to be speaking to your research group about this stuff. So this is actually some new work that I've got under construction. It's following up on a debate that I had with Gualtiero Piccinini about whether neural computations or cognition in the brain is dependent on the actual tissue that the brain is made out of. So if anyone was watching Neuromechanisms online on Monday, Ned Block was presenting a paper there in which he was floating the idea that consciousness, not cognition in general, but consciousness is, in his terms, meat-friendly. In other words, that a theory of consciousness may need to make reference to the actual stuff that the brain is made out of in order to explain consciousness. So this is the kind of question that I'm looking at, but I'm not talking specifically about consciousness, but cognition in general. And what Ned Block was saying is that there isn't a good argument either way currently for whether consciousness is dependent on meat in his terms, but he thinks it's an idea worth taking seriously. Now, I think with this paper, what I'm actually trying to do is give an argument for why we should take it seriously. So I think there is a positive argument to be had about why what the brain is doing is dependent on brain tissue in a way that standard computationalist theories do not account for. And it's based on energy considerations, so resource considerations, like the costs that it takes the body to actually do cognition. So this is the outline of what I'm talking about today. Firstly, talking about the cost of cognition, then going into this, what philosophers are talking about with this notion of medium independence. I'm introducing my own concept of medium independence, which I think pins down this notion of resource considerations more specifically than existing notions. And then thirdly, I'll give you this argument about why what the brain does is probably dependent on the medium. So cost of computing. So this is pretty topical. I first did these slides, you can see back in October. There's stuff in the papers very regularly about how AI, as we know it today, is really hungry for resources, not just electricity, but water to keep data centers cooled. So this is quite a funny finding that there is not enough water in Ireland to keep all of the data centers from overheating. Ireland, as you would know, is a very rainy country, so it's kind of a strange thing that so much is needed to power something. A data center, say, is running a large language model. It's doing something that your brain does, sort of generating text, but your brain can't have endless amounts of energy powering it. It just has to run off the food that you eat every day. So the standard estimate is 20% of your resting metabolic budget is going to your brain. So it's an energy-hungry organ. It's a surprising amount that 20% should just go to what's in your skull. But still, it's way less than needed to power a supercomputer. So one of the motivations for this engineering field of neuromorphic computing is to look at what's going on in actual neural systems to see if any of those same principles could be applied in artificial computers to make them run more efficiently. So far, there's no neuromorphic systems that are super brain-like. Often artificial neural networks, as we know them from deep learning, are described as being neuromorphic. So here's a comparison between a von Neumann architecture and a spiking artificial neural network, so more brain-like than a standard deep learning network. And you can see kind of the differences that are suggested here. So neuromorphic computing is not one thing. This is comparison between one version of neuromorphic. But you can see traditional von Neumann architecture. There is a single processor, and the processor is separate from the memory. With neuromorphic, it's parallel, multiple processors, and these are not separately housed from the memory. So point being that energy is consumed just sending information between the CPU and the memory in a standard architecture, and you can reduce that cost by integrating them with a neuromorphic design. But one thing I should point out with this is that there's still this abstraction to the idea that what signaling in the brain is purely done by the electrical signals. So the spiking is sort of capturing all of the signaling done in a neural network. And this is precisely the kind of assumption that I think we should call into question, that there's a lot more going on in terms of information processing in the brain done by the chemistry, so the actual kinds of molecules that neural tissue is made of and shuttling around between cells. So there is some experimentation going on with neuromorphic hardware using materials that might have some of the properties that neural tissue has. So having voltage dependent permeability for ions, obviously that's really important for action potential generation. So there's one model system there which is trying to recreate that in some non-living but organic chemistry. And another sort of background issue here is assessing the feasibility of computation. It's a part of computer science which is very important, that, you know, even using standard computers and programming, you need to make sure that your algorithms run in a sort of reasonable amount of time with reasonable amounts of energy. So the field of computational complexity in mathematics, it, you know, produces quite watertight results about, you know, if something is nomologically impossible, if, you know, you'd need a computer the size of a planet, or the amount of times of billions of years. I'm kind of more interested in real-world economic and practical constraints. So one of the issues in the background of my inquiry here is this question of whether you could have genuinely human-like artificial general intelligence, so doing all of the same kind of processing that happens in your brain, but in a radically different substrate, whether that would be so inefficient that you just couldn't build enough nuclear power stations in order to run that. And this goes back to this topical issue that we have today, that already scaling up large language models to make them more powerful is putting a serious drag on resources. So that's the background. Go into more of the conceptual stuff now. So how are we defining these notions of medium dependence and independence? There's some similarity to issues of multiple realizability, but medium independence is taken to be a more stringent constraint than MR, or multiple realizability. So if a process is medium independent, it will necessarily also be multiply realizable, but not the other way around. So to go into like what's at issue here, so we have this notion that computations can be defined purely in abstraction from any physical machine which realizes them. Strictly speaking, computation is a mathematical notion, and then we build machines which implement those algorithms. So we have this software versus hardware distinction, or the distinction between the abstract mathematics and the physical machine. So a theory like Gualtiero Piccinini's is a theory of physical computation. So what makes a physical system such the thing that it implements a computation? So the standard notion of medium independence derives from this. I think it goes back to John Hoagland. So as he writes here, formal systems, like computations, are independent of the medium in which they are embodied. In other words, essentially the same formal system can be materialized in any number of different media with no formally significant difference whatsoever. And this feature of formal systems he calls medium independence. And these are not just computations. He gives the game of chess as an example of a medium independent formal system. So a game of chess, obviously it's multiply realizable. You can have all kinds of different chess sets. But the key point is that it can exist just as this like abstract system of moves in your head. It actually needs no physical realization whatsoever to be a definable game of chess. If you compare that with a game like football, it has to have a medium. And the medium that it's in has to be of a certain sort in order for it to still be a game of football. So it has to be a pitch which is big enough for human beings to run around in. And the pitch has to be the right kind of surface that people can run on it. It can't, for example, it can't have so little friction that you can't kick a ball. A tabletop game of football is not football because you can't kick the ball. So that's very much a medium-dependent game. This is another definition that Hoagland published. I'll give you this one as well. So a concrete system is medium-independent if what it is does not depend on what physical medium it is made of or implemented in. Of course, it has to be implemented in something, and moreover, that something has to support whatever structure or form is necessary for the kind of system in question. But apart from this generic prerequisite, nothing specific about the medium matters. And I've highlighted here, except perhaps for extraneous reasons of convenience. So he's allowing that if you just tried to make a computer out of Lego and then try to run MS Word on that Lego computer, in principle, you could do that, but in practice, it would not be feasible. The Lego components would be way too slow for anything to run practically in the real world. However, what the computation is defined independently and is in no way dependent on the actual medium. This is another one just to make sure that everyone has plenty of these definitions. So this is from Corey Maley, who is actually critical of the way that Piccinini defines computation as manipulation of medium-independent vehicles. So Piccinini sort of packs MI into the definition of computation, and Corey is actually arguing against that, but here's his definition of what people have been talking about with medium independence. So mathematical objects like Turing machines have no physical properties and make no reference to physical properties. Of course, a physical system which implements something like a Turing machine has to have physical properties, but these have nothing to do with what essentially that computation is like. And here's Anderson and Piccinini, and they're just pointing out there's a difference between multiple realizability and medium independence. So when their basic point is when you say a function like trapping a mouse is multiply realizable, then there are different ways that you can do that mechanism. But because the function itself involves a concrete input, i.e. a mouse, it's not purely medium independent. With a computation, the input is a number, it's a mathematical object. And so there's even less physical constraint on medium independence compared to multiple realizability. So to go to this question, are brain processes medium independent? Anderson and Piccinini say yes, they are. It's not just by stipulation of how they're defining computation. They're looking at neuroscientific practice. For example, this study by Yeamans and DiCarlo, it's very well known, where they have an artificial neural network, deep conv network of the ventral stream, and point out some equivalences in the representations between the different layers of the deep network and different structures in the ventral stream. And Anderson and Piccinini say that what's going on here is that neural computation can be studied largely in abstraction from the concrete features of the physical medium that implements it, so that the same or similar enough computations can be implemented in the artificial neural networks, and the similarities between biological and artificial neural computations can be used to shed light on both. So he says, because of medium independence, projects like these can be motivated, can make sense because you can study the same processes, whether it's in the artificial or the biological network, you have that commonality. For myself, I don't think this kind of modeling practice is different from the fact that you can have models of all kinds of things in biology. whether it's, I don't know, kidney function or liver function, you can still build artificial models and have scientific use in that without claiming that there's something essentially similar between what the liver is processing and what is going on in your computer, which is what's being claimed here. So I'm skeptical of this idea that we should even think about cognition as a kind of computation, but sort of bracketing that more general skepticism, I think even if we went along with the view that cognition is computation, we could dispute that it's a medium-independent kind of computation. So similarly to Rosa Sau, I think that if you look at the details of what's going on with neural processing, the intuition that it's medium independent is resting on this idea that signaling in the brain is purely electrical signaling. And then you have this view, well, you can do electrical signals in all kinds of different media, so it doesn't matter what the medium is. But actually what's going in the brain is there's a lot of chemical signaling as well. And when you're talking about signaling with chemistry, all of those different molecules aren't interchangeable with one another. The signal that it's sent is dependent on particular things like the structure of a protein. And in this very interesting paper in Synthase, Rosa is arguing that the idea that you could sort of efficiently recreate all of the things that go on with the molecules just in one neuron, but in an entirely different set of physical components or electronic ones is just not plausible. However, there's this counter-argument to this given by Zoe Drayson, who says, actually, whatever the brain is doing is medium independent almost by default, almost by definition. So as she writes, if the brain performs computations via its electrical properties, however, then the brain implements a formal system on the assumption discussed above that computation has a formal definition in terms of the mathematics of computability theory. And formal systems are medium independent, even if the physical properties which implement the formal system are not. And so actually the point she's making here doesn't depend on if the brain performs computations via its electrical properties. The same point would hold if you're performing them using chemical properties. These computations are by definition formal systems and therefore medium independent. So what this kind of made me realize is that what I'm more interested in is actually the feasibility of these multiple instantiations that is being proposed. So I think, sure, you can say, well, in principle, there is this alternative way of doing it because, strictly speaking, brain computations must be medium independent. But in practice, I want to know if any of that would be possible. And really, that's what Rosa's argument was about. It was about the feasibility of doing neural processing in anything other than a brain. So that's sort of ultimately motivating this new concept that I have of practical medium independence. But I'll just say a bit more about why I'm unhappy with this line of argument. Okay, so talking a bit more about formal systems and the brain, this idea that is being floated around to motivate medium independence of something going on in the brain is sort of resting on this idea that we can meaningfully speak about the brain implementing a formal system. So when we're talking about man-made computers, sure, we can say that they implement formal systems because they were designed precisely in order to do that. Someone came up with Turing came up with the idea of a Turing machine. Von Neumann invented an architecture that could approximate the thing that a Turing machine does, universal Turing machine does. But why should we even think that the brain implements any formal system? What Corey Maley and Daniel Williams have pointed out is that if you just take computational descriptions of the brain that neuroscientists have come up with, these are models that scientists make, just like various kinds of biologists, make abstract models of the organs that they study. we don't have to equate those abstract models with formal systems that are there in the brain. So there's a fallacy here that someone like Zoe Drayson is making, where you have the existence of an abstraction in the sense of an omission of details, and also the same fallacy that I'd say Piccinini is making, and saying that that implies that there is an abstraction in the sense of a formal system. These are two different meanings of abstraction. Formal system as abstract mathematical thing, or formal system as just a model that a scientist have made. So to borrow this figure and example from Meili, you can take one physical object. This is a coin-operated turnstile like you see in a subway station, and you can do an abstract model of it, which is describing the different components of the mechanisms in this very abstract way, not referring to any of the metals or anything that it's made out of. And this has the same form as a finite state automaton, which is on the right there. And you can say, aha, there's a mapping between the two. But conceptually, the idea of a mathematical formal description is just a different thing from a mathematical model that you from a model that you produce by abstraction from a concrete physical system. Right. Okay. So many people adhere to the view that the brain implements formal systems, and these neurocomputational models approximately capture these, and these formal systems are medium independent by definition, and therefore could in principle be implemented in a physical system utterly unlike the brain, even if not feasible. So that's what many people think. But again, I think this is making this mistake of equating the existence of an abstraction in the sense of omission with the existence of the formal system. So, and then they're saying that because there's this formal system, this implies that whatever the brain is doing is medium independent, and because it's medium independent, this implies that it is implementable in alternative media, though those alternatives may be so demanding in space, time, and energy that they're not feasible. So this is, I think, the steps along the way to that position that Zoe Drayson was stating. Well, sure, whatever the brain is doing is like necessarily it's medium independent. And I was saying, well, firstly, that's making this mistake that I've gone on about already too much. But fourthly, I think this point here is that it risks irrelevance. So when you're talking, sure, in principle, you can have these alternative realizations of what the brain is doing. If they're so demanding in space, time, and energy that no one could ever build them, then if we're interested in this question in the background of whether you can have brain-like cognition in something which is not anyway like a brain, completely different kind of materials, then we do need to talk about feasibility. So this is what prompted me to introduce the notion of practical medium independence, which is, oh, well, I'll run through it and you'll get the idea, hopefully. So the functionality of a system, I'm going to say, is practically medium independent if and only if there is a formal description of the system which can feasibly be implemented in a fundamentally different material substrate. And so by different material substrates, fundamentally different material substrates, I mean, say, the difference between organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry, which is different, again, from the kind of chemistry that you get with living cells, which are metabolizing. So the difference between electronics like this and living tissue like the brain would be fundamentally different substrates. So there's this formal definition which could feasibly be implemented in different material substrates, and this description is rich enough that it accounts for all the functional capacities of the system that have been empirically ascertained. So this is sort of ruling out sort of trivial equivalence, because if you take a very high level of abstraction from a given concrete system, if you make it very, very general and abstract, then surely it has so little detail in it, it's describing so little of the actual processes going on in that physical system, that you could find another physical system which also has that same structure. And this is a point that Piccinini sort of puts quite nicely in his 2020 book, to quote here: "If a description is sufficiently general, the property picked out by that description might have many lower-level realizers, but perhaps only trivially so. Its multiple realizability might be an artifact of such a broad, high-level description that the property plays no useful role in scientific taxonomy or explanation." So obviously he's talking about multiple realizability here, but we realize that if this is a problem for claims about MR, it's even more of a problem for claims about medium independence as well. So I think the same point holds, that we want to rule out, you know, a description of the brain which just says, oh, there's information in this general area and it goes to this general area. And sure, you could have the same structurally identical mechanism in a very different system because there's so few components of it. It's so general, but then it's very unlikely that such a coarse-grained description of the brain would actually capture what's functionally importantly going on in neural tissue. Okay, so yeah, any questions just with the definition at this stage? Hope everyone is okay, following on with the concepts. Okay, so yeah, to run through some examples of how this works. So I think with ordinary analogical and digital computers, there is practical medium independence. So it seems to me that computer engineers could build concrete machinery that uses quite different chemistry from the standard one that we have with silicon, and those could run most of the algorithms that we use today for computing. It might be a real hassle to do that, but I think it would be feasible. When I gave this talk to some neuroscientists recently at Columbia, they actually pointed out that deep learning today might be getting very dependent on the actual details of the hardware, that some of the practical medium independence of deep learning might actually be breaking down, which is interesting. But, I mean, yeah, I think most, like barring some of the most high-tech digital and analog computers that we have, it's probably practically medium independent. I think if you look at hypothetical quantum computers, the idea is that they can do things way more quickly than any other kind of computers, so computations which are unfeasible in any other physical medium become feasible with quantum computers. So that means that quantum computers would be practically medium dependent because there wouldn't be other feasible realizers of the algorithms that they do, because quantum computers are like way faster. I think with artificial neural network descriptions of the brain of the sort that we saw from Yeomans and DiCarlo, they satisfy that first condition of practical medium independence, is that you can take this high-level formal description of the visual system. It's a very detailed model. There's many, many parameters. If you take that as a formal description of the brain, yes, certainly it can be implemented in a digital computer, so it satisfies that first constraint. But I do not think that it's rich enough to be capturing actually all of the processing steps that the actual visual system is doing. So I think it's too general to be satisfying condition 2. So then this question of how rich and detailed a description of the brain do you need in order to capture everything that's functionally, i.e. cognitively relevant to the brain? So Cao has argued that probably you need to go down to this really nitty-gritty level of molecular detail that there's so much which is going on at that fine-grained level, which is cognitively relevant, you would satisfy 2, but not 1. So she's talking about all of this stuff going on with synapses, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I don't want to be dogmatic about this in the talk. I think it's an open empirical question for neuroscience, exactly how much you can abstract away from the nitty-gritty molecular detail of the brain and still capture the functionally relevant variables. I think that cognitive neuroscientists have generally assumed that it's a higher level of abstraction than is actually the case. So if you think of something like Mars descriptions, I think they're way too abstract to capture what's functionally relevant, and same with artificial neural networks, because they're abstracting to electrical signaling. But yeah, it's something that neuroscience as a field needs to find out more about. So I'm going to say in the third part of the talk why we should expect that what the brain is doing is really quite highly dependent on the medium, but I think this is, again, there needs to be more empirical research into this. So the key point to take away here is that this notion of practical medium dependence and independence is still about the status of these abstractions. Digital computers are practically medium independent because a description which abstracts away from all of the properties of this physical instantiating system like this laptop, other than these degrees of freedom of this physical system, it still offers a complete description of the functionality of this machine. So I can just describe the computations that are going on this machine at the level of this software description, and everything functionally relevant about the machine, about what the computer is doing, would be captured by that. I wouldn't have to refer to like electrons and anything about the physical dynamics of the machine. So this notion of being abstract in the sense of omitting physical details aligns with this notion of being abstract as a formal computational description. And then, as I said before, there's this open question for neuroscientists. How far can they abstract away from the actual molecular properties of the brain and still map to formal descriptions that capture an acceptable amount of functionality? So obviously, neuroscientists don't want to, try and track every specific movement of every particular molecule in such a fine-grained way that you can't generalize from one individual to another, or even from one organism to another. But how much detail do you need about neurochemistry, say, in order to capture the functionally relevant properties? Okay. So I think in the background here, this idea that the brain is a computer is equivalent to the claim that there is, in principle, a formal abstraction from the biological brain that captures all that is functionally relevant. So this is how I think we should think about this question. Is the brain a computer? It's actually asking the question, is there, in principle, this abstraction that we could make on the brain, which is going to capture everything that's functionally relevant and be implementable in different media, ideally. So when we had this degenerate notion of medium independence, this kind of claim that the brain is a computer kind of gets supported on the cheap. But introducing this idea of practical medium independence, we can ask serious questions about whether the details of the material substrate do or don't matter for brain functionality in practice. And this helps address the open question, so we can have reasons to say whether the sparse abstractions of neuroscientific theories are likely to be adequate or not. And that's not to say that there aren't reasons why scientists wouldn't use sparse abstractions for convenience and for all kinds of things. But the stronger claim that the sparse abstraction can capture the essence of cognition, I think, needs to be dialed down if what the brain is doing is heavily medium dependent. So now we get to this resource efficiency argument for why practical medium independence and not practical medium independence has evolved. Okay. So it's about 12 minutes left to give time for Q&A. Yeah, this should be enough time. So as a warm-up, to give you the intuition here, kind of refer back to an example that I first came across and used when I was writing the paper, the one about non-causal explanation. And this is a point made by the computer engineer Sarpeshkar in this paper from '98, where he sort of compares analog and digital codes and just how efficiently these coding strategies use the resources of their physical medium. So I'm talking about coding here, or just the basic process of sending a signal. So if you take one physical component, and this example is an arm, you've just got this one component, and what an arm can do is just change the angle at which the forearm is held at. So you take this one physical component. If you decide to use it as an elementary component in a digital code, then you have to define your code in such a way that it is in two states. So up means cold, down means not cold. So each component is transmitting one bit of information. But if your coding strategy is an analog one, what you're doing is using a sort of continuum of states of this one physical device and using that to convey basically an endless amount of information. Actually, in practice, it's restricted by how finely you can resolve the different states of the arm. So you can use the one arm to signal a whole range of different states between cold and not cold. So that's like a much higher bit rate than if you're using the digital code, but you're limited by noise. And so this is the point that Sarpeshkar is making with these analyses, is that if you take the digital strategy, it's never going to be as minimally cheap or efficient in terms of keeping your costs of power and area, so the number of components, down. The analog curve can always undershoot that at low signal-to-noise ratios. But the advantage of the digital strategy is that you can keep the signal-to-noise ratio low, whereas with the analog, it blows up quite quickly. So this is one reason why computer engineering went the digital path. For a long time, analog computers were heavily used, and then digital took over because it's much easier to keep your signaling clean with digital coding, even though it costs you more in terms of the amount of components and energy that you need to put in. So I don't think that the brain is an analog computer, or this is not the point that I'm trying to make. The point is that different kinds of coding strategies use the kind of depend more heavily on the dynamics, on the affordances of their physical components. So an analog computer the point is that it's using specific things about the dynamics and the properties of its physical components in a way that means that you can just signal more with those components. Whereas the digital coding, it sort of doesn't depend much on the specifics of those physical components. That makes them more costly. So this point being that depending on how a code works, it can be more or less efficient depending on how sensitive it is, how dependent it is on the properties of the physical medium that it's implemented in. So the next point, and this is biologically uncontroversial, is that limitations in food supply, i.e. energy supply for an organism, did put a really important constraint on how brains evolved. So as we said before, the nervous system is an energy-hungry part of the body. To build a bigger brain, you need a bigger calorie intake, or you need to do something clever, which is what early hominids are thought to do, is start cooking your food so that you release more calories from the same amount of food that you can forage. The point here is just that the evolutionary constraint on how brains evolved would have been to make brain processing as little costly as energy as could feasibly be done, as could easily be done. Evolution could not have afforded to take a coding strategy that would have been like the resource-hungry one. And so the question is, how could resource cheapness, how could resource efficiency be achieved as the nervous system evolved? So Godfrey Smith and Sal have a couple of things to say about this which are quite relevant, and it is, you begin with what you have. So they point out that a lot of the signaling pathways in the brain are actually very similar to metabolic pathways that you see in other parts of the body. So you're co-opting existing molecular processes and you're tweaking them slightly so that they're also doing additional information processing tasks. So you're not having to build lots and lots of new infrastructure. That's a way to keep costs down. In general, a signaling system is cheap when it works with the existing dynamics of a physical system rather than imposing an independently designed structure. So if you kind of adjust the way that the physical components are moving anyway, so that the dynamics are kind of unfolding anyway, and kind of tweak them in such a way that you're just leveraging some of the ways that the chemicals and the things are moving anyway, but get them to signal something. And when as many as possible of the pre-existing physical properties are put to the service of signaling. So the point here is that if you take an artificial computer, most of the physical infrastructure here is not signaling, it's not computing. There's only sort of a few of the properties that within this machine are deliberately being moved around in order to do the processing. The thought behind what Rosa is arguing is that most of what is going on in the brain is probably cognition relevant. There's just a lot of stuff happening which is relevant to cognition. There's not a lot of, if you like, wasted infrastructure there. That's how you get a lot of signaling happening within the skull, not within a massive data center, and within the energy that is consumed by metabolizing cells. But the result will be is that to do this cheaply, the process will be highly dependent on the specific physical properties of the medium. So if you've kind of built your brain to be efficiently using resources, you'll have to, if you like, engineer it in such a way as that you're drawing on just peculiar characteristics of the cells that were there anyway, and then you adapt them to do these additional signaling tasks. So by cheap, I don't mean that the energy costs of the brain are minimal. As agreed, it's still an expensive organ, but it could not afford to be like unconstrained in its energy costs, because that would not be feasible through evolution. So to get to the point why practical medium independence will not have evolved. So any system whose functions satisfy this prac-MI condition 1 will not be maximizing the information carrying capacities inherent to any physical medium. So if we recall that that first condition was that there's this description of the system which can be transferred to a fundamentally different medium. So my point is that if a system is sort of, if you want your system to be using its resources efficiently, then the kind of characterization of the system that would actually capture its functionality would be making a lot of reference to the specific nitty-gritty stuff which is going on in that particular system, and it's not just going to be transferable to a physically quite different system. So, in other words, the greater the extent that the system is maximizing the information carrying capacities of its medium, the narrower the range of the variant media will be. That can yield equivalent functionality. So it won't be possible in fundamentally different materials. And as I've said before, evolutionary pressure was towards resource efficiency, and this is just one reference on that. So I'm not, again, saying that it has to be optimal, but it cannot afford to be highly suboptimal. And the point is that solutions which are practically medium independent will be highly suboptimal with respect to this constraint of efficiency. Okay, just briefly, another analysis which I found quite helpful thinking about this issue, and it's an old one, and some of the points that it makes not relevant to machines today, but a couple of the disanalogies that this author Conrad points out between computers and brains are quite, I think, still quite pertinent. So he talks about with digital computers, there's this need for programmability. So you have a system which you take the same physical hardware and you want to be able to put different codes in it, obviously because that's what we're using it for. When you have an analog computer, of course, you change the software by changing the hardware. So it's not programmable without tinkering around with the components. But with digital machines, we obviously want to be able to keep the hardware the same and run different software. And he points out that that leads to a less efficient use of resources because you need to allow for programmability. So you can't, in other words, tailor-make the hardware to the software in a way that is ideally efficient. Obviously, with brains, there isn't this programmability constraint. And what happens with brains is obviously when you plastically change things going on with your neural tissue, that also changes the functionality. And that sort of interlacing of structure and function is one thing that makes the brain efficient. And a general point on the right there, which summarizes a lot of what I'm saying here, is that with a digital computer, the physical realization of the formal system, so the digital computer is a physical realization of a formal system. And as he puts it, the equations of physics are irrelevant to computing. So this was the point I was saying before, that we can describe the functionality of this machine without referring to the physics equations that are going on in it. Whereas in the biological system, it's highly dependent on the material composition and the physical interactions of it. So the point he's making is that we probably can't describe its functionality without also referring to what's going on with the hardware in a fairly detailed way. So this is just the summary slide. Practically medium-independent computing does not efficiently use material and energetic resources. Therefore, it's highly improbable that it evolves. And the efficiency of practical medium dependence explains why brains can use far less energy than digital AI. Maybe there'll be a whole different field of neuromorphic computing which does things in a more brain-like way, but currently the technology is not doing that, and so I think that's a really important consideration, thinking about the differences between brains and AI as we know it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Matsuita, for this fascinating talk. We have about 10 minutes for questions, which is not much, but we will have a break afterwards, actually half an hour. So all the questions that you can't answer now, I'm sure that Matsuita can answer them during the break.
Through that a bit fast, so yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, so any questions? So this time I will start on this side, which is Matt is first, then Matteo, and then Oran.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Matsuita. So this was really interesting. So I wonder to what extent talking about practical medium independence as you do and tying it to the functional capacities of the system can work. Especially if you then say, okay, with current digital computers, we have practical medium independence. Because I'm thinking of, you know, perhaps slightly lower level computing components. You know, maybe logical gates or memory cells or something like that, right? So if I look at them and their functional characteristics, I can, of course, give a kind of formal description of that, right? But the problem is, if I'm trying to build a computer from them, then the functional characteristics are going to also involve performance characteristics and things like, you know, I better not read from this memory cell now because it's in an unstable state, so I need to like synchronize things. So there might be different verdicts on medium dependence, medium independence, depending on how we individuate the functional characteristics.
Yeah, so I was being deliberately general there by functional characteristics. So I'm thinking on the neuroscience side, it's just basically all of the things that you need to know about how it's operating that would allow you to reproduce the behavior in something different. So, yeah. So this, it doesn't, yeah, I think that's all I'll say there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm curious about the argument on the evolvability of practically medium independent computing in the brain. And I'm curious to hear what you would say when we consider, say, basal cognition kind of approaches where bioelectricity would be the means of signaling or coding, while, you know, molecular pathways do play various metabolic roles and possibly information processing. But if you take this perspective, then action potentials, bioelectricity, is what gets passed on from, you know, very simple organisms up to organisms with a brain.
Yeah, so this is something actually in the background of my interest here, but I had to sort of cut it out from the talk and probably ultimately from the paper it's written in. So I think this picture is actually quite conducive to basal cognition views, or to some extent it's sort of inspired by thinking about that, is how nervous systems evolved from cells that are doing things. If you look at them genetically and in terms of the chemistry, there's quite a lot of similarity. So nervous systems are a fairly minor adaptation from other kinds of signaling, and signaling is just pervasive in biology anyway. Rosa's and Godfrey Smith's point about this, and this is connected to Godfrey Smith's stuff on basal cognition, is that suggests that what the nervous system is doing is not just this kind of free-floating electrical spiking thing, but actually really integrated with sort of metabolic stuff and all kinds of stuff. And then the next point of mine is that, well, that makes sense because it's the more efficient route to take it, because you just build on infrastructure that's already there.
Yeah, thank you. So just quick question about the implication to the notion of computations. So you think like that the brain can be a practically medium-dependent computer, or you think that computation and medium dependence, they don't go together?
Yeah, so the thing is, because I don't have a stake in this debate about how you define computation, and I've read the debate between Piccinini and Maley on this about whether you should or should not build in medium independence to the definition of computation. I want to be agnostic on that. I think that, well, obviously if we're defining, so it's not clear to me how practical medium independence even is relevant to that anyway, because I'm talking about sort of the feasibility of these alternative realizers as opposed to like these in principle alternative realizers. So I can see that like Piccinini is saying that in principle, computation is such a thing that there would always be an alternative realizer. But he would, I think, agree that in practice, that might not always be the case. And then I think, yeah, well, we should ask this question of, in practice, is it the case with brains or not? So, yeah, but I don't know if that,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much. Excellent talk. I really like the topic, and it's so important to realize that really anything that happens in the nervous system is dependent on energy, and that's the most and phylogenetical constraint for anything that happens. To get back to the distinction between analog and
Yeah.
digital, I guess it's really important to keep the function in mind that the information has, or the context of that. If you are in small animals with very small distances, you need to convey your information, then you're perfectly fine with analog all the way through.
Yeah.
But if you have to cover long distances, then you better increase your signal-to-noise ratio and make sure that your action potential is actually reaching the other end of the axon. I think those are constraints.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's interesting with respect to, yeah, that's similar to what Sterling and Laughlin talk about with action potentials. So they think the mistake is thinking that most of the signaling in the brain is action potentials. They say that's a solution for long-range signaling.
Exactly.
And obviously, as you're saying, you need to keep your signal clean. You can't have it just degraded if you cross from one hemisphere to another. But the point is that most of what the brain is doing is probably, as they put it, computing with the chemistry, and that's taking relatively little energy. And then when signals need to be transmitted in further directions, then you need the spiking, and whether you want to call that a more digital strategy, there is an analogy there, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before we thank the transmitter again, I think we can stop the stream now. This is not important for the online audience. But just one organizational point about the break.
introduce the next speaker. It's Violetta Manola. She's from the University of Athens, and her talk is about integrated explanatory models in cognitive neuroscience.
Thank you. As Peter said, this will be the topic of my speech. Now, to begin with, why integration? What does it mean? And what kind of integration do we need? So in the beginning, the part one of my presentation will be about that, an introductory part. The second part will be on CCN models, so the abbreviation of computational cognitive neuroscience models, which I take to be examples of integrated explanatory models, where I will explain, I will present a case study and see the main methodological steps of model building, some CCN principles that guide model building, and of course the case study in itself. And part three will be more on philosophy, so I will try to extract some philosophical elements toward explanatory integration, which I will tell you now what I mean by it. Yes. So why integration? Motivation for searching for more integrated models in cognitive neuroscience is that philosophers often stress the plurality of approaches within the practice of life sciences, but for many, philosophy and science can lead to entirely distinct accounts of the world. So, and also, integrative practices have remained rather unexplored in philosophy of science and science. I take integration here as the synthesis of distinct perspectives in order to explain complex phenomena as cognitive neuroscience phenomena. And thinking about explanatory integration across boundaries, I think it's crucial, as otherwise scientific knowledge may appear to be fundamentally disunified. My aim here is to explore some main aspects of explanatory integration by examining a case study here, and use this analysis in order to extract some main principles that govern successful instances of integration in science practice. About the rise of pluralism, there is a rise of pluralism and anti-reductionism in philosophy of science at the end of the 20th century. So science is characterized by a plurality of methods, theoretical approaches, taxonomical schemes, ontologies, as well as explanatory strategies. Some quotes on the problem of pluralism by philosophers of biology prominently. Brigand says that discussions on pluralism have left a philosophical vacuum to the extent that they have not pursued the question of how different fields, methods, and concepts are related in biological practice, or how they can be integrated. Similarly, Dupré and Rosenberg claim that science is fundamentally disunified, and so I would say that pluralism may lead to an epistemological and ontological fragmentation. So that's why there is a need for more integration. Now, what kind of integration am I talking about? I will take the three main forms of integration from O'Malley and Sawyer: data integration, methodological integration, and explanatory integration. Data integration is integration of different kinds of data from lower level, from higher level, from neurobiological data to cognitive data, shared databases, which are in need for systems neuroscience, systems biology, etc. Methodological integration, by methodological integration, I mean the exportation of tools and methodologies from specific disciplines to different ones. For example, when a mathematical representation used in a specific context is applied to a different one. In current life sciences, observational, experimental, and mathematical methods are often combined together. And this brings us to the last kind of integration, which they call explanatory integration, which is the most complex form of integration and the most difficult in a philosophical perspective. It can be achieved when a question is answered by drawing on the resources of various different fields. It involves the piecing together of various kinds of representations and models in order to explain the behavior of complex systems. It involves other forms of integration, for example, the combination of experimental methods that focus on the identification of single mechanisms with mathematical modeling. It's an integration of concepts, methods, models, and explanations. I will talk on the philosophical part later on about that. In order to go a bit toward explanatory integration, my account will be a practice-driven account of explanatory integration. So it is against reductionism. It rejects the view that some explanations have epistemological or ontological priority. Mechanistic explanations, for example, have traditionally been reductive in character. And it's also against radical pluralism, so it rejects the view that life sciences are epistemologically disunified. Now, I will use the example of computational and cognitive neuroscience models as examples of integrated explanatory models, because in order to explain a complex phenomenon such as phenomena studied in cognitive neuroscience, where we have different kinds of scientific disciplines, methods, tools, also different kinds of data from subneural to behavioral, and different kinds of explanations. We need to integrate them in an integrative explanatory model. We need, or maybe it would be good to. So CCN models are, I take them to be integrated models, since they exhibit all of these three forms of integration that I talked before. And I will now focus the next part on the case study and the model building techniques, so to understand how we can arrive to more integrated explanatory models. So what about CCN? It's an emerging interdisciplinary field that aims at the integration of neuroscientific data and behavioral data by means of computational modeling. They are no black box cognitive models, but also they are not detailed neural level models. So they aim at explaining behavior by being neuroscientifically informed, but do not follow the dogma, more details are always better. CCN models are computational models of brain information processing that are consistent with brain structure and function, but they also perform complex cognitive tasks, so they simulate behavior. And I claim that the key to understand explanatory integration here is the fact that CCN models explain the neurocognitive link through computational modeling. Okay, now the main steps for building a CCN model is to build the model architecture, which has to be based on known neuroanatomy and constrained by neuroanatomical data. Then the single unit models, or the neural models in general, have to be informed by real single neural activity or population activity, neural population activity, but generally have to be informed by neurobiological data and to simulate single neuron activity. Learning models apply that the synapses between single units informed again by neurobiological data about LTP and LTD, etc. And then these models have to be, there has to be an application of a behavioral task based on behavioral data that match the selected network function. And finally, after the model building process, there has to be the last point has to be, the last step has to be the testing of the model against different kinds of data, such as neuroimaging, real neural activity patterns, and behavioral data, so as to evaluated. Now a case study I chose is the CCN model by Ashby and Crossley on the effects of context in striatum-mediated learning. I don't think background knowledge is needed here a lot, but striatum, as part of the basal ganglia, is considered to play a critical role in action selection and facilitation. This process of action selection and facilitation is known in bibliography as reinforcement learning and is mediated by dopamine, which drives learning in response to rewards and punishment. So the basal ganglia are considered responsible for selecting the action that is most likely to result in reward and least likely to result in punishment. The model hypothesis here, the hypothesis of the model is that cholinergic interneurons in the striatum, which are known as TANs, the tonically active neurons, that they play a key role in this striatal-mediated learning. The first assumption of the model is that TANs are assumed to exert a tonic inhibitory influence over cortical inputs to the striatum. I will show you the picture after. Therefore, preventing the execution of striatal-dependent actions. And the second assumption is that the TANs learn to pause in rewarding environments, so causing the release of the striatal output neurons from this inhibitory effect, so they facilitate learning and action execution. Here you can see here is the striatum. Here is the model architecture of this CCN model. Here's the striatum. These are the TAN neurons, which are assumed to play a crucial role. These are the MSNs, and here are this synapse is the critical one, says the model, is the assumption of the model, that if this inhibition in late training stops, then the outcome of the striatum of the neural activity will facilitate learning until here where we see the premotor cortex. So this is the model architecture, as I said, and after the model architecture, the next step was to select a single unit activity model, which has to depend on real neuroscience data. So the TANs and the MSNs here are modeled via the Itzigevich two-equation model, which is a highly flexible model, produces extremely realistic spiking behavior. They were tested against real recordings and display the same dynamical behavior as real neurons. The rest of the units in the model are modeled by single equation quadratic integrate and fire model because they were not tested against real data. So a less complex model was selected. The same occurs for the selection of the learning model, where learning is understood in neuroscientific terms of synaptic efficacy, LTD and LTP. Here, data points that that cortical MSN synapses and thalamus TAN synapses exhibit dopamine-mediated learning. So it is this is modeled as a reinforcement learning model. So this was chosen in these two synapses where learning was exhibited. In these two inputs. Yeah, and then the model was built, and it was tested against data. Before testing the model, there was an application of the entire model to a simple conditioning task. The model should simulate a simple conditioning task that every time a sensory signal is presented, the participant must execute a motor response to get reward. The model runs and its behavior is being observed. After the model has been trained, so reinforcement learning has occurred, the TANs have learned to pause and the model responds to the sensory cue, it is claimed. Now, testing the computational model means comparing its predicted outcomes against real data from the same network in real real basal ganglia networks. This model was also tested against fMRI imaging data, single unit recordings from MSNs and TANs from rats and monkeys before and after conditioning, and it was found compatible with behavioral data from similar conditioning tasks. So they had the same response patterns, and etc. Now, I will now focus, I said all this about the case study, more to focus on how these kinds of models explain what are their explanatory frameworks. Very important point is that they follow some ideal principles. So model building follows principles, and I've chosen the Ashby and Helly framework of ideal principles for CCN successful model building and testing, which there is a lot of discussion of these principles, but most of them, these are the most compact ones that can be seen everywhere in a bit of similar ways also by other authors. Now, the neuroscience ideal dictates that the CCN model should not make any assumptions that are known to contradict the current neuroscience literature. The simplicity heuristic ideal is that no extra neuroscientific detail should be added to the model unless there are data to test this component of the model, or the model cannot function without this detail. The set-in-stone ideal dictates that once set, the architecture of the network and the models of each individual unit should remain fixed throughout all applications. And the goodness of fit ideal, which dictates that the CCN model should provide good accounts of behavioral data and at least some neuroscience data. Now, what about these principles? How should we understand them? Ideal principles should guide modeling toward successful explanations. They are science-driven principles, so they are developed from science practice. They become generalized and formulated so as to provide normative guidance to model building. And there is a continuous feedback from science practice, which can always make them more sophisticated and better fitting the practice. They offer methodological guidance and make no ontological commitments, such as all-encompassing scientific theories. By constraining and guiding computational modeling, they endow the model with explanatory power. So there is no explanatory power of the model itself without the guidance of some principles. What do the CCN ideal principles tell us in some in a summary? That some relations have to be kept fixed, such as neuroanatomical data, which we know that are stable. No more detail that needed should be inserted in the model, so it's, the principles guide us towards simplicity and abstraction. They should fit behavioral data, because this model has to explain behavior, so fitting of behavioral data is important, and it's not the goal of this model to give a detailed account of lower-level implementations. CCN principles make computational modeling of CCN less general and more neuroscientifically plausible, so they enhance their explanatory power, and they frame model building processes. Now, a bit again on explanatory integration and how I think CCN models, such the one I presented, go toward explanatory integration. First, some points of what CCN models are not and what CCN models are. Some thoughts about it. First of all, they are not mechanistic explanations, but they could be compatible with them. So they do not follow mechanistic reductive reasoning from lower level to higher level activities and entities. They are non-decomposable. They could be, but that's not their feature in CCN modeling. Their components are variables and do not map entities and activities in the real world. Trying to fit such models to mechanistic accounts would be too narrow or not useful for our explanation, is my claim. Also, they are not abstract mathematical models. Computational models can be very general and apply to multiple phenomena at the same time, but CCN modeling is framed by these principles, so they are tested against data and informed by data, which make them less abstract and more biologically plausible, and they're also not black box cognitive models so they're again biologically plausible and are constrained by known neuroscientific data. Some more positive comments on what CCN integrative models are. They are computational models, which gain, but as computational models, they gain their explanatory power due to the principles they follow, which are there to frame model building and testing. They explain by simulating or reproducing patterns of behavior. So they are abstract, simplified, idealized simulations of their explananda. They explain what kind of information processing is taking place, but without all detail of the biological substrate. The question if these models are causal, it's an open question, but my opinion on that is they make use of mathematical and computational tools which can be seen as non-causal, but they are informed by empirical data, fitting of the model to the data. So they are not causal in a reductive or decomposable way like mechanistic causation, but they might be causal in another way. So in a more loose epistemologically driven sense, they try to make sense of what's happening. They try to simulate brain networks and processes, so scientists build models by applying causal thinking and their causal cognition. They're just not trying to discover an all-encompassing definition of what causality is out there. However, successful explanations capture some aspects of causal structure. So it is a rather loose way of answering to that question. And finally, I would like to say some points which can be extracted by CCN modeling and how through this modeling we can understand integrative practices in cognitive neuroscience. I will point on two things, the explanatory relata in CCN modeling and the distinction between epistemological integration and mechanistic integration. Okay, about the explanatory relata, in CCN models, we have parameters, variables, constants, so computational and information processing terms, which are more neutral in terms of their ontological considerations. And this is distinct for more metaphysically loaded language in mechanistic explanations, for example, which talk about entities, activities, and properties. Why is this important? Because it's a part of building a model is to select the causal and explanatory relevant factors for the explanation of the phenomenon under study. And through model building processes such as parameter fixing and data fitting, these factors are inserted into the model as variables and constants. In that way, an integration of different kinds of data, from neurobiological to neuroanatomical and behavioral data, can be all part of the same explanatory model without entering metaphysical discussions on relations of constitution and constitutive hierarchy. Computational models such as CCN models produce information which is not accessible in purely verbal or pictorial explanations such as typical mechanistic explanations. They also reproduce behavioral patterns, the simulation point, which can be further explored. The second point toward explanatory integration is the distinction between what I call epistemological integration and mechanistic integration. Mechanistic integration, as developed by Craver, is achieved when we identify the components of a mechanistic hierarchy based on relations of constitution. Here, mechanistic integration is ontologically driven, since levels of mechanisms are supposed to represent the hierarchical nature of the world. And mechanistic integration uses a reductive reasoning. They try to ground higher-level organizational phenomena in the activities and interactions of lower-level entities. And this is different from epistemological or methodological integration, which is the point here, which is a feature of scientific practice and not an ontological view. It has to be guided by principles. Different kinds, it can incorporate different kinds of explanations and different kinds of data and methods. It uses the tool of computational modeling to incorporate all of this. Two features which I think are very important for sketching the epistemological explanatory integration I was talking about is the process of causal selection, because selecting the causally relevant factors from a set of variables and set them as components of our model is important, and we need to have some principles for causal selection. And also, my view here is to choose the relative level of idealization, abstraction, simplification, or approximation. We need to see all of these as aspects of the same overall process, which is grounded in the epistemic strategy of causal selection, and they enable the construction of integrated models. So actually, the abstractions, idealizations, simplifications, approximations can be seen. I think it's more useful in this context to see them all part of the procedure of identifying and selecting the causally relevant factors that are most functionally relevant to the behavior being modeled. And they are parts of the model building techniques closely connected with the process of parameter fixing in model building. And they all play a role in eliminating complexity, and they are a means of fitting data to mathematical representation, which contradicts, or it doesn't contradict, but it is distinct from the theoretical definition of abstraction and idealization given by Thomson-Jones, which I think are not so useful in theorizing, in trying to explaining explanatory integration. Some examples from the case the abstractions, idealizations, simplifications, and approximations from the case study, where it can be shown that it's not very... What's the time?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm almost done. Okay. Yeah, these were some examples of how in this case study, idealizations, approximations, and simplifications can be seen as techniques which are involved in the model building process and not trying to fit them in theoretical definitions. Okay. and the summary of the talk is that mainly I've extracted the two philosophical points on integration, the point of the variables versus metaphysically loaded concepts in integrated explanations, and also the difference between epistemological integration and mechanistic integration. I think that CCN show how integration of different scientific disciplines, variables and kinds of data is done in practice. And the conclusion that if you want to understand integration in science, you have to focus on scientific methodology and not on ontological considerations, and build a set of principles which will further guide scientific practice. There are different kinds of scientific explanations can inform this set of principles and aid scientific progress. So in a way, they can be different kinds of explanations like mechanistic or others can be compatible with CCN integrative models. But however, they can be useful for more local explanations of phenomena, whereas here we want to focus on explaining behavior and the neurocognitive link. So, yeah, less localized. Yeah, that's it. Thank
you very much. Now we have a little more than 10 minutes time for
So I was wondering whether you have any thoughts about the relation between explanatory integration and explanatory unification. So I think about like the classical version is Kitcher's view of explanation as unification, so explaining the most phenomena with the minimal number of patterns. For Kitcher, that was like reasoning schemas, but that can also be like components, like the fewest components that you can have in your model, like you showed for the CCN models. The fewer, like the minimal number, having the minimal number. Yeah.
That was not what I said.
Okay.
I didn't say that. I just said that for integrative explanations, the dogma more is better does not apply, but that doesn't mean that you need minimal points. No. So for me, it was a sketch of how, through scientific practice, we can build models which could integrate different kinds of explanation. For example, there are mechanistic explanations of synapses, molecular processes in the synapses. That doesn't contradict. That's not contradicted. It can be informed. These models can be informed from different kinds of explaining phenomena, but computational modeling, through the guidance of these principles, is a more useful way to give successful explanations of neurocognitive phenomena, which are more complex and have to incorporate different kinds of data and different kinds of level and different kinds of methodologies. So that was a bit the direction. I don't know.
Thank you very much. I have a very general question. You started off from pluralism, which you cashed out in terms of plurality of methods, as in right now, not as a normative kind of ideal. And my question to you is, what's the relationship between the kind of integration, methodological integration you've been discussing, and pluralism as an ideal for good research? Do you think that these two, ideals, if integration is an ideal, trade off with each other?
Yeah, I think actually that pluralism is a problem in a way. It's not a problem. It's a fact that there is a plurality of methods. It's a fact that there is a plurality of explanations. But that doesn't mean that there are no, that we cannot search for more integrative explanations from science practice, which could incorporate and not could make use of a lot of different explanations, which could be more useful in lower level processes, or like each kind of explanation could be more useful in a particular context. I believe that in explaining neurocognitive and cognitive neuroscience phenomena, which have very different kinds of data which have to be taken into account, we need a way and a methodology to integrate to integrate all of this, but also offer an explanation of a phenomena, a unified one. I don't know if it's clear. Maybe I. But your question is that I think they are two opposing. If that's what I got from your question, they are two opposing tendencies. Plurality. Maybe. But the thing is that there is plurality, so what do we do after plurality? Do we stay with pluralism and we say, okay, we have like thousands of explanations and one tries to make, like, the whole idea came mostly from mechanistic explanations who try to find a way to explain all phenomena through mechanisms, which I think it's a wrong way to do that, because you can have models which can be compatible with having mechanistic explanations which are useful in some cases, but also try to explain in a different way, which is not mechanistic, which was the case.
So I see there. Yeah, let's do first, and then.
You had this example of the RL model with spiking neurons and everything, which to me suggests a fairly low level. And in my experience, most cognitive neuroscience computational models are pitched at a somewhat more abstract level, right? And I would even say that most of those models are pitched at a level where it doesn't, not only is it compatible with many mechanistic explanations, it doesn't actually tell you anything about the mechanisms, right? It's sort of agnostic about that in a sense. So what you have in the end is something that fits data, for instance, very well, but I would say it doesn't really give you any explanation or any guidance how to provide an explanation. What's your opinion? Because I also noticed you sort of, you had this, the spiking network example, which is sort of like low level, and you had these sort of like, guidelines, which to me suggested, let's go sort of to the lowest level of like, or like the lowest relevant level of biological plausibility. Like, is that a way to sort of like solve this?
What I hear from your question is that you say how could we explain if there is no underlying mechanism, kind of.
So many models are compatible with like, or agnostic towards mechanisms, right? Like so many more abstract models.
Okay. If I get the point, because I understand the thought, but I don't see a problem exactly in what you're saying. So, because I don't think mechanistic explanations are not successful explanations. So we have to put aside with them. But I just think that trying to fit all kinds of explanations of all phenomena into this reasoning of decomposable entities, activities, which is it's a reductive way of reasoning. I think this is too narrow, for trying to explain things like simulating behavior through computational models. So I think it's problematic if we think of explanations only as mechanistic ones and try to see how every kind of explanations we have could potentially be a full-blown mechanistic explanation. It could, but if you look at how a computational model, for example, can incorporate data and simulate some behaviors, I don't think it's useful to.
The sort of data fitting is kind of cheap. Like it's very, like it's the easy part in a way. Okay, I might leave it.
Sorry.
We have several people who would like to say something. So, Holger, but Beate was actually first. We can also do the next one. Okay, then
Thanks very much. I think really it depends on the level of explanation you're after in the end. You know, if you, for instance, in engineering, if you just want to realize a control system or something like that, then you're perfectly fine with a phenomenological model. And you don't care, because you're implementing it in different physical ways in any case. But in neuroscience, and that's why I always thought the distinction between a phenomenological model and a biophysical model is very useful, because the biophysical model gets you to the mechanisms. And so if you are perfectly happy to understand the performance of a system at the level of a phenomenological model, and it fits, so to speak, your data, fair enough. But it really depends on whether you want to understand it at the mechanistic level, and you want to avoid that it becomes really a data fitting exercise. That's the problem.
That's why I say useful, because sometimes it's not useful to do this. In order to explain.
Another possibility, and that's always you start with a phenomenological model, which you do in engineering all the time, because you go for transfer functions and you don't care what is really behind that. But then you can successively replace the time-invariant transfer functions by biophysical models and keep your otherwise your linear systems organization or whatever. That's a possibility.
So, yeah, it's again my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. It's Anna von Oosterzee from the University of Utrecht, and she's going to talk about clustering models in psychiatry, practical tools, or path to natural kinds. The floor is yours.
Do we just click? Okay, that works. Yes. Okay. Oh. Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you all for having me today. It's been a very interesting few talks, and I hope I can also spark your interest with my contribution. So today I will be presenting a paper that is a work in progress. I wrote this together with Sander Werkhoven and Anna Kononova, a philosopher and a computer scientist. So we are a nice interdisciplinary research group. I'm originally from neuroscience, but right now I'm doing my PhD in philosophy. And we are part of the ESDID consortium, and ESDID stands for Ethics of Socially Disruptive Technologies. So we study all kinds of technologies that change the way society works, and that asks big questions and tries to resolve these questions in big, prominent ways. And the problem that I want to talk about today is the problem of psychiatry. And maybe there are some people here working on mental health, but generally it will be everybody will be aware that right now, psychiatry is not at its best point in time. So people talk about, oh, there's a pandemic of depression, there's a pandemic of burnout, every kid is autistic or ADHD, or there's something wrong with them and we can't describe it. And we can't really figure out, okay, is this the pressure of society? Do we not realize exactly what mental disorders are? Is the whole system wrong? Should we just get rid of it? Well, this is the question that we have been working with. Okay, how can we use technology to improve this system? And today I will be looking at clustering models and how we can use clustering models to regroup the disorders of psychiatry and see whether we can find like the natural, the core of nature at its joint and find like real natural kinds of mental disorders. And I already want to spoil that my answer is going to be disappointing, but we'll get to this. Let's see if this works. Great. Okay, so the question that I'm concerned with is, can clustering models find novel, or maybe existing, natural kinds of mental disorders? And first, I will elaborate a bit more on the problems of the current system, the DSM. Then I will ask the question, okay, then what kind of kinds are clustering kinds? So when we use these cluster models, what kinds do we get out of them? What are the results of these computations? I will consider 3 kinds as options for this question. And then I will talk through the conclusion with a case study. And I will propose that currently, the way we do this, what we find are practical kinds and not natural kinds. So let's get into it. Currently, psychiatry, at least in the Western world, depends on the DSM. And the DSM is like the Bible of mental health. It contains all the disorders that we currently acknowledge, and the list of symptoms that you need to have to qualify for them. Now, there's something to note about the way we acknowledge disorders. These are not classified by their underlying causal mechanisms. So what is the case for most physical diseases? We know that there's something going on somewhere in the body. This is what we classify, and then the symptoms are just outcomes of that mechanism. In psychiatry, this is not the case. We classify merely on symptoms, so they're symptom clusters. And you can imagine that this is something like a fever illness. So let's say everybody that comes to the doctor and says, I have a high fever, we say, you have a fever illness. This will cause problems because maybe the first person, maybe you actually got a sunburn and your temperature is too high because of outside causes and we have to cool you down. And maybe the next person has an infection going on deep inside them. And actually the fever is fighting this infection, so we have to help the body doing that. And we can't distinguish these 2 people when we just say, you have a fever, therefore you have a fever sickness. And we see this in psychiatry as well. We see problems with heterogeneity in symptoms. And you can imagine this. This is a criteria list for major depressive disorders. You need to qualify for a major depressive disorder. You need 5 out of 9 symptoms. So you can imagine that the first person has symptoms 1 to 5, but the next person has symptoms 5 to 9. These people are not alike. So even though we group them on similarity of symptoms, still we have groups of heterogeneous symptoms. So this is a whole messy cause. Next to this, the groups of disorders that we do acknowledge don't fit very well with a lot of people. So a lot of people have too many symptoms and therefore qualify for both depression and anxiety and maybe an eating disorders or a drug disorder. So do they have like multiple illnesses at the same time, or is there one cause that causes them to have this wide variety of symptoms? We don't know. At least we can't tell on the current system. And the other way, it's also possible that you have only 2 out of these 9 symptoms, but you're really, really suffering from them. So you can't go to work, you can't do anything. Then psychiatry does want to say, okay, you have a disorder, there's something clearly wrong with you and you're really suffering, but we don't know what or why. So we call it not otherwise specified and diagnose you in that direction. So generally the consensus, at least in philosophy of psychiatry, but also a lot in clinical psychiatry, is that the current system does not pick out stable regularities in nature, and that we need something new. With the come of our new technologies, with the boom of big data, with the development of AI, a lot of groups have started to pick up on this problem and say, okay, can we create new groups? Can we reshuffle this system of the DSM, and can we restructure it into groups that are more predictive and actually can tell us something about our patients? And the RDoC is a really big example of this. It's a large American research program that said, okay, now that we have all this neurobiological data, genetic data, we're going to redo the system. So all these groups that we know, they're heterogeneous, we put them in a big group, and based on the data that we have, we are going to restructure these groups. And we're going to do this from the bottom up. So it's quite reductionistic. We're going to start with genetics, brain activity, add in other behavioral symptomatics, environmental symptoms, and see if we can find these new groups that tell us a little bit more about the nature of mental health. So this is exactly the process that I will be looking at today. This reshuffling of the groups of patients that we have into new clusters. And I will ask the question, what happens here? What do we find when we find those clusters? This question of what kind of kinds are clustering kinds has been raised by Watson in a very interesting paper from 2023, where he discusses all kinds of philosophical questions about unsupervised models. And as probably all of us are aware, unsupervised models are not pre-labeled, so we don't tell the model this is the outcome that we desire, learn from this pattern, but we say, okay, give us the best grouping of this data without our supervision. So we don't tell it what is a dog and what is a cat. Watson states, the epistemological claim, we learn to identify natural kinds via clustering algorithms or something very much like them. And he's quite favorable of this claim. And I will ask now, is this indeed what happens when we do this clustering for psychiatry? So first I will discuss what are clustering models, and then I will discuss which kinds I consider. Clustering models, as I already said, are unsupervised algorithms. This is a very basic explanation. Maybe this is really not necessary. I will go through it very quickly for those that are not familiar with this technology. And no guidance is given to the correct outcome. So we know the famous Google example, this is cat, this is dog, learn the pattern in the data points to tell us, okay, this is indeed a dog and this is indeed a cat. Unsupervised model doesn't do this. There are two options that are the most popular, k-means algorithms or hierarchical clustering algorithms. They are slightly different. K-mean algorithms create groups based on similarity to an imaginary cluster center. So they have like the archetype of this cluster. So imagine the most canine dog or the most feline cat, and this is the point to which it calculates the distance of all data points and gives us these groupings. But mind you, we don't know, the model doesn't know what these imaginary points are supposed to be. Hierarchical clustering goes the other way around. It starts calculating the distance, the closest distance between the data points themselves, and nests this in hierarchical fashion. So it first sees, okay, the blue ones and the red ones are closest together. Which is the next step? Which is the next step? And we can cut this tree based on how many clusters we are. So we can decide that the outcome of this model is 2 clusters or maybe 3. This is a decision we put upon the model. It's not an outcome of the model. So what are these when we find them? When we decide, I'm going to look at these two clusters that my model found, what do we find? I will consider 3 options: natural kinds, social kinds, and practical kinds. Let me walk through them. So natural kinds, and specifically essentialist natural kinds, are the ideal structure of nature that we finally found. They share some underlying feature, the essence that explains why a thing is a member of this group. Take gold as the famous example, although there's some discussion about that. And when we know that something is a member of this group, we can do something with this. This gives us explanatory power. We can predict what is the next, what will happen with this member of this group. So for gold, we know when it will melt or evaporate or respond to other elements. And we can control it because we know something about it. This is something we would really like in psychiatry. We would like to know if a patient is a member of a certain group, and then what will happen next, what will happen, how they respond to other people, or when they melt. Another option, especially for humans, are socially constructed kinds. Socially constructed kinds are completely dependent on social conventions. So they do not reflect natural groupings, but they reflect some of our societal desires. So for example, weeds. A plant is part of the group of weeds because we do not like it, because there's something undesirable about it. This gives little explanatory power. The only thing we know about this is it's an ugly plant, according to current fashions. This can also happen to humans. We can group humans based on something we think about them. And the interesting thing about humankind is that this can create looping effects. So when we know that we are grouped in a certain group, we start reacting to this label. So we say, okay, I am now a depressed person, I'm autistic, and you can recreate this label, or you can shift the group. So if all people that say I'm autistic start behaving in a certain way, they actually move what this group means. So some things happen here. As with all opposites, there's also an in-between option. In this case, the practical kinds. Practical kinds build upon the idea that even when there is this ontological structure, so even if there is something natural about the structures that we can divide upon, there's still a decision that we make why we make these groups. So why we say, for example, when we do a tree with species, we say, okay, we're going to cut off on animals or mammals or apes or lesser apes. That it's not that those are not natural groupings, but we decide why we want those groupings. So practical kinds in general have a non-arbitrary ordering, so there is something that groups them together. But the main reason why this group is acknowledged is a practical goal. So we want to fulfill something when choosing this group. So there is some explanation, but not as much as those amazing essentialist natural kinds. So recap, I asked the question, when we cluster data points and we find these clusters, these groups, what kind of groups do we find? What kind of kinds are these? And I consider that either they're essentialist natural kinds or just other types of natural kinds, socially constructed kinds, or some in-between, such as practical kinds. And this question, of course, concerns mental health problems. And these are enormous variety of complex symptoms and connections. And when we try to restructure those, what do we get? So we claim that generally, it is the question that we ask during this process that is steering the outcome. It's the choices that we make, the data that we select, the population that we select. These are pre-structured or theory-laden. These have an amazing influence on how the model will cluster it. And this influence is so large that how we select this data at the moment, generally the best outcome are practical kinds and not natural kinds. Natural kinds because practical kinds are specific answer to a specific question, and this is what we see throughout this process of data selection and the selections of the model and the process. So let me take you through a case study to better explain what I mean with this. We've looked at this study by Zhang et al. That does exactly the thing that Ardok describes, so to reshuffle the groups of patients using a clustering model. And the question that this paper asks is, okay, can we resolve some of the biological heterogeneity between MDD, which is major depressive disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, and discover clinically relevant subtypes that relate to treatment outcomes. So this is the aim, to find new groups of patients in this messy group of these two diagnoses that we can do something with. They took 3 groups of participants, so those diagnosed with MDD, those diagnosed with PTSD, and the healthy participants. They collected PEC features of EEG measurements that represent brain connectivity. They collected data on their treatment resistance and data on their clinical severity. So these are these classical DSM type data, like how bad is your sleep, how much have you been ruminating, etc. They use a sparse clustering approach with the goal to find clinically relevant subtypes. So in the first study, they took just their PTSD patients and their healthy controls and used the PSC features to create clusters. And they found 2 distinctive subtypes in their clustering process. They found subtype 1 and subtype 2. Subtype 1 shows highly correlated with healthy controls. So they found that when they put the labels back on, that there are a lot of PTSD patients, but also a lot of healthy participants. And in subtype 2, which shows a stronger pattern, there are almost only PTSD patients. The interesting thing, though, is when they recreated this process with clinical measures, they did not find these 2 groups. So you can't distinguish these 2 subtypes based on severity, which is something you might easily think like, okay, subtype 2, that's the really depressed patients or the really anxious patients, and subtype 1 are less anxious. And this is not the case. So they're equally anxious, they're equally traumatized because it's PTSD. It's merely the brain connectivity that sets this apart. So what does this suggest about the kind of groups that we found? So the first thing to notice is that these clusters are found in the neurobiological data, but not in the clinical data. So data selection has a strong influence on the clusters, but population selection, because these were the same 2 groups, and they found it in both PTSD patients and the healthy patients, has a lesser influence. We would imagine that for social kinds, so kinds that are really determined by our social convictions and how we see them, that the population selection and especially the clinical data would show more results. So based on this, we can say, okay, maybe these are not purely social kinds. Another thing to note is that they mentioned that EEG is just one type of neurobiological measure. They could have also used others, but well, as you know, EEG is cheaper, you can collect a lot of data with it. But they expect that if they, for example, would have used fMRI, they would have found different kinds of clusters. And this might suggest that it is also not natural kinds or essential natural kinds, of which we expect that they will share many properties. And doesn't necessarily mean that we need to find the exact same clusters in all kinds of data sets, but at least some hints of suggestions. So they continued. In a second study, they used their group of MDD patients and their healthy controls, and they tried to reproduce the same clusters, and they found them. They found the same two subtypes of brain connectivity. When they added on the data of treatment outcomes, they found that subtype 1, which was highly correlated with the healthy controls, also responds relatively well to treatment. They have low resistance to antidepressants and psychotherapy. All of this relatively helps them recover from their anxious and their panic attacks. Subtype 2, however, which was even more distinct in this second study, has high treatment resistance. So none of the treatments really helped them get over their symptoms, get over their suffering. There was no difference for RTMS treatment. That could be something interesting. Additionally, when they took just the healthy controls, so not the diagnosed patients, they found the same kinds of clusters and the same pattern. They did not want to speculate on this, but it might be caused by the diagnostic system. As I said, that they don't just pick out the right groups of patients, but they also don't make the distinction between healthy and sick incorrectly. So it might be that there are just a lot of patients in the healthy group that didn't get diagnosed and are not getting help. It could also be that this brain connectivity is an early sign or a sensitivity to these disorders. For example, PTSD is an anxiety disorder, panic disorder after a trauma. So maybe they didn't experience the trauma yet, but will most likely get PTSD after that. But that's just speculations. So what does this second study show us or reconfirm? It shows that perhaps these two subtypes are not the same kind. We're not looking at the same groupings, the same types of subtypes. We see that subtype 2 has a greater predictive power, and the participants are more alike. And these are things that we generally expect from more naturalistic kinds. Subtype 1, however, is less correlated, and we can tell less about it. So we could expect that subtype 2 might be a practical kind. Its shared features are non-arbitrary, but it has a very specific goal. So what does this case study and what does this outcome tell us about cluster kinds? In a discussion with Watson, Sterkenburg already pointed out, with these algorithms, we really get out what we put in. And I think this is also what we see in these types of case studies. The assumptions in the data collection, the parameter selection, the patient selections, they're so specific. We make so many decisions along that way that the outcome of the clustering algorithms are really specific answers to those questions. Is that a bad thing? Well, maybe if the goal was to uncover the metaphysical reality of the mind, it might be slightly disappointing to say these might not be the pure, real, natural kinds that we've been looking for. But for all of us who want to help actual patients or are dealing with actual patients, a practical kind that's really directed to a certain treatment outcome or a clinical prediction might actually be really helpful and much more valuable. So to conclude, do clustering models carve mental health problems at their natural joints? Most psychopathology research at best find practical kinds. They're non-arbitrary and fulfill a specific question. However, these are very useful in clinical practice, so we're not disappointed by this outcome. Thank you for listening to this talk. this is still work in progress, so there's still a few open questions that I would really like to think about maybe in the break or during dinner with you, especially about the algorithm selections and the processes in this. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this talk. And now, yeah, we'll have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I have many questions, but I will focus on one. Maybe on the relationship between practical and natural kinds here. So couldn't you think of natural, so you said natural kinds are more for like the metaphysicians who are interested in what the mind looks like, but if you're actually interested in helping people, then practical kinds are the way to go. But couldn't you say that somehow natural kinds are like the super practical kinds? So if you find natural kinds, that would not just be of interest for the metaphysicians, but finding those would actually even increase your chances of helping people, because then you would cut the mind at its joints. Yeah, so what is the relation between practical and natural kinds?
That question. Yeah, I agree. I like that, super practical kinds. I think, for example, if you imagine that you can group all patients that will respond really well to a certain type of SSRI into one group, they still might be different disorders. But it's already useful to know that they will respond very well to this type of treatment. And that's how I like to think about this distinction of finding this super practical kinds and just practical kinds that are already useful but are clearly not the answer to, okay, now what is a mental disorder? So yeah, I think that working towards models that could resolve some of the theory-ladenness or directed too much towards this practical goal, and therefore you miss other groupings, would be the final goal, and would be something we should strive towards maybe. But already these practical kinds can just tell us like, okay, give them this medicine, that's really gonna help. That's already something we don't know in psychiatry. So it's just like we start from a very low level in that sense.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting talk. So I completely appreciate the, in principle, problems with this clustering, like specifying in advance the number of clusters that you even want to see. But I was wondering to what extent maybe like giving them more data could still help with some of the problems, like not only EEG data, but at fMRI and genetic and so on. What would you think, both in terms of like, yeah, essential and practical kinds, would that change anything importantly?
That it becomes less and less likely that you have like a one feature kind or a merely social kind when you collect more data and combine a more diverse data sets. I think they will still be steered by the research question. So why are you collecting that data? In which way? There's so many different steps. So even if you collect, for example, social data, okay, then which social data, that they have a family, or how they interact, or how they respond to rejections, like all these data points that you could collect that I think will give a nicer, wider picture, will still most likely give a nice wide picture towards a specific question and find a kind that is a reply to that specific question. But yeah, the question if can we somehow escape from this is a nice question to consider, yes. Thank
you. Yes, I had a similar question, so I would just ask, But it's very surprising that they didn't look at that some of the parameters were not genetic, because I think many people who study those disorders try to correlate, right, between genetic basis and the disorders. So it's quite surprising that they don't try to cluster those, right? And then maybe they would find that these are natural kinds.
So I know that, for example, there's a large research project looking at subtypes of autism based on genetic reclassification. They struggle. The complexity of the interaction, and I'm not a genetic, I don't work with this type of data, so I might be wrong with the details, but the complexity of the interaction between all the different variations is so complex, and they needed such large data sets to find any type of somehow significant groups that I think they even stopped the research at some point in disappointment. So yeah, you would think that. I would also suspect that. And these studies are being done. It's just that this specific example didn't do that, and I'm not sure why they didn't consider it.
Hi, thank you very much. It was really interesting. My question regards the kind selection. So you focused more on the natural and practical kind, but do you think that is it possible to get to them without disregarding the social kinds? Because as far as I'm concerned, each diagnosis is always dependent on social conventions. So for example, I think there was one study that showed that approximately 40% of the population in the US will have some kind of diagnosis of the DSM throughout their lives. So we all have these kind of things and problems in our lives, so it would be a diagnosis only if someone would say it is, right? So is it possible to get there, in your opinion, without being social kind?
So I think the combination, so the practical kinds do acknowledge some social influence on the question that's being asked and the decisions that are being made. And I think you're totally right in saying that the DSM classifications probably are completely social. So the difference is that the social kinds have no underlying or no natural structure, causal structure, whatever it may be that groups them together. It's just a social convention. So it's just the psychiatrist or the society or the parents that say, you are disordered, you are not. And because this is not a very predictive or controlling way to group to create these groups. That's why there is this search. Okay, can we find groups that share a little bit more than just society saying you're weird? But you're right, and we can discuss whether mental disorders are even natural kinds or if they aren't just social kinds. And psychiatry would agree, saying it's just a social decision to make, and then you wouldn't expect to find anything natural that connects them. But I would argue that there probably are some underlying mechanisms in some form or another that we can use to make better predictions about them, and that can we use to group them to steer those predictions. So, yeah.
Any more questions?
Yeah, thank you for the talk. It was very interesting. I have an understanding question. Maybe it's also follow up to the last questions of about adding more data and how this could ameliorate this search of natural kinds. So if I understood correctly, the difference between natural and practical kinds is also that whatever additional data we might add, these unsupervised algorithms would never give us natural kind because we basically can't trace back what variables are relevant for the clustering. So we just have to take as at face value that the prediction is right, or we can test it again, as you were saying in the follow-up study, and see, okay, let's see whether I can reproduce this prediction and whether it works. But basically what we do is taking that prediction and try to corroborate it, but we don't have an explanation for that prediction in the first place. So I was wondering whether that is what you meant when you say like these models can't bring us to natural kinds because in principle they're not like we can carve out any relevant variables that motivates this clustering. So unless we add more data, but we also have to map this data, like how this more data is related to variables that are relevant for the clustering, I guess, right? In that case, it would be useful to have more data, like, right?
Of course, these would not be standalone models. Like ideally, this would build upon and create new hypotheses and steer new data collection into a slightly different direction and build upon and build upon. The weird thing in psychiatry is that the current structure of the DSM was constructed in like the 80s, and this was the whole idea. Like, okay, we start grouping them this way because there's still some statistical correlatedness that made the groups that we have right now, so it's not that different from clustering models. And we expect that with the more data that we get and the more we discover, that we can build upon like finding these new hypotheses and finding these new groups, and that slowly these groups that we recognize, they will warp into more like biological based groups, and they have changed slightly, but the whole system finds themselves stuck that this is just not happening the way that we expect it to happen. And that's why the RDoc says, okay, we have to completely start over and start rebuilding with these hypotheses. So hopefully now we can steer them into a new direction with new hypotheses and extra data, and perhaps that we do get to that direction. So that's also why I want to say that the current psychotherapy, the current research that we do on these mental disorders is not giving us these results yet. I don't want to exclude that that's never possible, but not at the state that we are right now.
So there would be time for one more question. Okay, so if there are no more questions, then we could go to break. And first, of course.
Hello, 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 hello. Everyone has two.
Hello, hello. So just before we get started, a question concerning logistics. You have to be true and honest when you answer the next question because of the strike planned in the buses and subway, etc. Planes are here, still flying. Who is planning to come back tomorrow?
So S1 is also running.
And legs are still working, so you can walk. That's also an option.
Maybe ask who's not, I mean, if there were too many people, we would just cancel the catering and so on. But if enough people are coming, then catering will be served.
So catering will be served. I think that's settled. So that's good. Excellent. Great. Now, after this last talk, we'll head for some drinks. Whoever wants to join is more than welcome. And then dinner is at 7 o'clock, right?
Yep.
And just one last request. Are we asking the cups, the mugs to be sorted or? No, we'll do it. Okay, never mind. All good. So I'm very pleased to introduce our next invited speaker and the last one for today. First of all, he's a great colleague, an awesome guy, but he asked me to be very short, so I'll keep it brief. He's an associate professor at Tilburg University at the Department of Philosophy, highly published, many articles, too many for me to remember to list them one by one. One of his most recent books with Gualtiero Piccinini is the Computational Theory of Mind. Highly recommended, especially if you want to teach a course on the computational theory of mind to undergraduates or graduates. Without further ado, Matteo on degrees of freedom in brains and computers.
Thank you very much, Nir, and the organizers for your kind invitation and for putting together this event. In the next 30-40 minutes, I would like to explore the notion of degrees of freedom in relation to, say, brains and computers. Why? Well, one initial observation is that an increasing number of philosophers, especially Italian philosophers, have recently used the concept of degree of freedom for various purposes. Here is an example. And this is something that Matsvita already nicely, say, explored in her talk. So in a way, my talk will look at similar kinds of issues, but from a different angle. So here is Piccinini and Bahar. They're writing, vehicles of computing are medium independent if and only if the rule, i.e. the input-output map that defines a computation, is sensitive only to differences between portions of the vehicles along specific dimensions of variation or relevant degrees of freedom. So they're trying to use a notion of degrees of freedom to define the notion of medium independence, which they use to individuate vehicles of computation. Here is another example. This is by Vernazzani and Coelho Mollo. Recently, they wrote only those properties that allow physical states to perform their computational roles are relevant to their computational properties. These are the degrees of freedom of the vehicles of computing. And then they use this notion of degrees of freedom to define the computational profile of a system, and they use the computational profile of a system to define what the medium or the format of representations should mean. Okay, so typically in the literature, the format of a representation might be iconic, might be linguistic, and they want to say, no, get rid of those understandings of formats. Let's define formats in terms of computational profile. And again, to define computational profile, they use this notion of degrees of freedom. But what does degree of freedom mean to begin with? Also, is the usage of degree of freedom in philosophy similar or pretty much aligned with the usage of the same notion, degree of freedom, in other fields? And even more generally, what are degrees of freedom in relation to vehicles of computing in the brain? In the rest of my talk, I would like to explore these three questions, starting off from a quick survey of how the notion of degrees of freedom is understood across different fields. Okay, so philosophers tend to employ this notion, focusing at specific fields and not others. And so the question is this usage coherent with broader practices in the sciences? And next, to conclude my talk, I would like to bring together philosophical usage and usage across various fields in computational neuroscience to explore the question, what could the degrees of freedom in the brain be? And how can we discover those degrees of freedom? So let me start from a quick survey of different notions of degrees of freedom. The general rough idea capturing the variation in usage is that the degrees of freedom of a physical system or a model or a calculation are features of the physical system, the model, or the calculation that allow for, in some sense, control and manipulation of what? Again, the system, the model, or the calculation. Okay, so there are these differences in terms of to what the notion of degrees of freedom applies, either a physical system, a statistical model, or a calculation, and also the use, that is the purpose of using this notion. For instance, the purpose in general would be control and manipulation. Let's try to single out specific meanings of this broad notion. So in statistics, generally, degrees of freedom apply to a sample, to a set. Okay? And the degrees of freedom are generally picked out by the number of data points in a sample set that are logically free to vary in calculating some statistics. For instance, if you want to calculate some parameters of, say, a statistical model for a calculation, this will be relevant to compute the degrees of freedom of the calculation. Generally, the degrees of freedom of, say, a calculation in statistics is captured by the sample size minus the number of parameters you want to estimate. And again, this usage is helpful for specifying an appropriate distribution, an appropriate statistical model for testing the model and for computing p-values and other test statistics. An extension of this usage applies in machine learning, and the focus is on functionally independent parameters of a model. Okay? And so what I have in mind by parameters, just to give you an example, in neural network models, sometimes the parameters are understood in terms of the number of weights, connections in the network. Other times, depending on the purpose of the modeling in machine learning might be the dimensionality of the input to the training model. One way in which this usage is interesting is because the notion of degrees of freedom allows machine learners and statisticians to quantify the complexity of a model. And quantifying the complexity of a model is helpful when it comes to model selection, that is evaluating which of competing models is the best. And again, complexity is one relevant metric for telling which of competing models might be the best. A different kind of usage is in physics. In physics, the focus is on physical systems and their number of causally or functionally independent features that can be used for defining a kind of system and also for explaining its behaviors. Just to give you an example, wavelength would be a kind of physical system with the following degrees of freedom, for instance, frequency or phase. And again, these features define what an optical system is and also can be used for explaining how an optical system would change at varying some of these, say, features of the system. A more specific usage, also in the domain of physics, applies to, say, mechanical engineering, especially. And the idea is the number of joints of a system that allows the system to move and to change position. As we shall see, this usage and the previous one in physics might be the most relevant when it comes to the philosophical usage of the notion of degrees of freedom. For now, the upshots of this quick survey are twofold. First, degrees of freedom is not a univocal notion. Across different fields, is used in different ways. Generally, though, the notion roughly refers to the number of independent points of control, either of a system, a statistical model, or a calculation. The next step is to ask, well, does philosophers' usage align with usage in any of the fields I mentioned? In philosophy, outside the concrete computation kind of debate, the notion has been used by Mariam Talos, for instance, in a paper in 1999, where she uses an analysis of degree of freedom to explore the connection between determinism and supervenience. She defines degrees of freedom as follows. X is a degree of freedom of a system S, means that X is among those quantities whose magnitudes shape the state of S. Again, one of the examples I mentioned earlier. Consider S an optical system. The various quantities that define the system might be, for instance, the frequency of a wavelength or the amplitude. And again, variation in these quantities, in the magnitudes of these quantities, shape the state of an optical system. Also, in the ballpark of the physics understanding of degrees of freedom is Jessica Wilson's analysis. Her analysis is aimed at defending a non-reductive form of physicalism. And she defines degrees of freedom in terms of parameters that is a part of a minimal set needed to describe an entity as being in a characteristic state. What I want to highlight here is that while Talos was focusing on features of systems themselves, the focus here is on representations of the system, these parameters and descriptions of entities. The third example aligned with the more engineering understanding of degree of freedom in mechanical physics is by Vernazzani and Coelho Mollo. They make a helpful analogy. They say we can characterize different types of action figures in terms of their moving parts, the values that those moving parts can take, and we can do the same with computational vehicles. So the idea here is that degrees of freedom, both in action figures and computational vehicles, consist in movable parts in some sense and their values. So if you think of a transformer, the joints of the transformer, that kind of robot, would constitute the degrees of freedom of the robot. That is, the robot can do different things depending on its joints and the relationships between different joints. Likewise, if you consider transistors, their degrees of freedom can boil down to on-off. That is a sort of switch. When we move from artifacts to biological systems, like neurons, big question mark what the relevant degrees of freedom would be to characterize these types of systems. So the upshot here is that in philosophy, both in the recent literature on concrete computation, but also in less recent literature in the metaphysics of mind, or more broadly, in relationship between, for instance, metaphysical determinism and supervenience, usage generally aligns with a physics understanding of what degrees of freedom might be. The third and last step in my talk, which is possibly the most substantive, aims at exploring questions like, does this notion, that is the notion employed by philosophers, play substantive roles in actual practice in computational neuroscience? More generally, again, what are degrees of freedom of the vehicles of computing in the brain, and how do we know? I want to focus especially on the first question because philosophers, again, interested in concrete computation, refer to practice in computational neuroscience. Like Matsvita highlighted in her talk, authors like Piccinini and Anderson do not simply provide a definition of computation, but they want to, in terms of medium independence, which is cashed out in terms of degrees of freedom, but they want to show that this notion is vindicated by successful practices in the relevant sciences. So, in computational neuroscience, the notion degrees of freedom, as used by philosophers, that is, the words degrees of freedom, are not very frequent, except in two subdomains, in two fields, where they do play a substantive role. One field concerns motor control, and the second field concerns model training and comparison in machine learning. These two substantive roles, to anticipate, do not really vindicate the kind of usage proposed by proposals about concrete computation, as we shall see. So let's focus on the first substantive role in motor control. So in motor control, in, say, humans or organisms more generally, the focus is on questions like how do embodied agents, think about babies, okay, learn to manipulate and control muscles and the skeleton, which afford them varying degrees of freedom that over time also change. Okay, so that's a core question in cognitive neuroscience focused on, say, a sort of mechanical understanding of degree of freedom. But notice that in this understanding, the notion of degree of freedom is something that does not define the computations needed for solving this problem. Those are the points of control that need to be manipulated for allowing a baby, for instance, to walk or to grasp things. A second related problem concerns robotics. And here the problem is, how should embedded agents perform a movement task? This problem is difficult for a couple of reasons, especially. One reason is that any movement task can allow virtually an infinite ways of performing it. And so how do you choose? The second reason why this is an interesting problem is that the normativity of the should, introduces considerations of time, speed, energy consumption. If you want to get a flavor of the challenges in robotics, for solving this kind of problem, check out the RoboCup in football. RoboCup is a competition featuring robots playing football. And the kind of, behaviors they display is sensitive to the sorts of mechanical degrees of freedom of the actual concrete makeup of the robot, and controlling those degrees of freedom to win a game is far from trivial. The second substantive role of degree of freedom in computational neuroscience has more to do with machine learning, and especially nowadays with deep neural network models. Like I anticipated, one role of degree of freedom in this subfield concerns the complexity of a model. And the complexity of a model, like I mentioned, is relevant when it comes to selecting between different models of the same task. And again, typically there is a trade-off between the complexity of a model and his, ability to generalize out of sample. Related to this, use of complexity model selection is also the notion of robustness analysis, where again the notion of degree of freedom does play some substantive role. And here the idea is, what are the degrees of freedom or parameters in a model that lead the system to make, gross mistakes, bad mistakes, like in adversarial kinds of mistakes, where, little input is tainted by a certain degree of noise, and the network provides the grossly wrong characterization, classification of a visual stimulus. And again, being, sensitive to which degrees of freedom the model responds is a helpful way to assess the robustness of the model in relation to variation in input and also in relation to the depth of the system. Now, what about the degrees of freedom in the brain? That is, what about the vehicles of computing that some philosophers cash out in terms of degrees of freedom? Let me start by noticing that typically, degrees of freedom of neurons as physical systems, and particularly as electrical systems, are understood in terms of spikes, that is, electrical properties of the system. And this at least since Lapic, 1907 paper, which introduced a leaky integrate and spike neuron model. And again, the idea is that neurons take in a bunch of inputs from other neurons, integrate them, and based on a threshold of spike, either they spike or not. And again, properties or quantities that are relevant to this type of understanding of a neuron would range from the resting potential to the conductance of the membrane of these systems. As a matter of fact, these quantities would be sufficient to define an integrate and fire leaky model. Now, this assumes that spikes are the degrees of freedom in neural computing, to which I add a question mark. It is true that at the level of models or a hypothesis about neural coding, the focus is on spikes, the focus is on action potentials, and how say, different models understand the neural code depend on different relationships between action potentials. For instance, can be a rate of spike that encode information, or the precise spike timing, or the average of a population activity, or correlations of the strength of activations. What I want to highlight with this very quick overview is that the focus is on electricity, on what Piccinini and others would characterize as medium independent. That is, action potentials are medium independent because they would characterize, say, not just brains, but also computers, as in this machine, but also cells in organisms without a neural system. And so spikes might be understood as the vehicle of computing or the currency that gets transformed across different systems carrying out computations. My next step is, sure, spikes do play a role in models of neural coding, and obviously they also have an impact on behavior, cognitive functions. But should any viable model of signaling or computing include only medium independent quantities like spikes? I would like to not answer this question directly, but I would like to put on the table 3 observations that might be helpful to explore or constrain that kind of question. One consideration, and again, this is very much in line with what was said previously, is that some aspects of electrophysiological quantities, such as action potentials, are very much dependent on the medium generating those action potentials. What are these aspects? The speed, for instance, of processing or computing, in these cases, would depend on the makeup of the vehicle. Also, the energy consumption. Mats Vida earlier on, provided a very nice argument for why, not just energy consumption is relevant when it comes to assessing different proposals about computation, but also puts a constraint on the evolvability of certain types of, say, medium independent or medium dependent kind of signaling. And I would add also the metabolic state of the organism as a whole. That is, my state now of hunger, for instance, of pleasure, can have an impact on the ways, say, the neurons in my brain spike. The reply to this kind of observation is that, sure, this might be relevant to performance. That is, energy constraints, metabolic profile, speed are relevant to performance, but are not directly relevant to individuating and defining computation in the brain. Okay, so they are not helpful to fix what the vehicle of computing in the brain would be. It would just be, structural, say, support for the real thing carried out by spikes. The second observation I would like to make is that focusing on models, and this is also very much in line to what Violetta was talking about earlier, is that models of neural signaling and computation are idealized for various purposes and to varying degrees, not just in terms of omitting details, but also distorting the type of, say, signals, as in spikes, produced by neurons. In the literature on mechanistic computation, authors like Piccinini and Bahar propose that neural spikes are neither digital nor analog. They call them sui generis. And one reason is that there are features of action potentials that are continuous, for instance, the amplitude of an action potential or the peak of an action potential, that seem to be not a matter of on-off, not a matter of digitality, but more a matter of continuity, of analog computing, if you like. And so this aspect, when it comes to, say, experimental kind of practices, gets distorted to understand spikes as either or, on-off. The bottom line here is that simply noticing abstractions in computational neuroscience when it comes to modeling is not a directly relevant argument to the medium independence of the degrees of freedom that matter in neural computing. The last thing I would like to highlight is an exchange between Chirimuta and Piccinini. Chirimuta writes, Piccinini's argument for medium independence of the vehicles of neurocognitive processes rests on the assumption that spiking is the dominant form of signaling in the brain, and that the rate and timing properties of neurons are the only ones relevant to interneural signaling. Both of these assumptions are dubious. And then the question is, what are alternatives, or what are supplements? What are other degrees of freedom exhibited by neurons, or in fact by any cell, besides spike rate and timing? And would these other degrees of freedom relevant as vehicles of computing? Here is an impressionistic list of quantities, or if you like, degrees of freedom that might matter when it comes to computing. There is evidence that each of these properties does have an impact on spiking. And then the further question is whether any of these properties, these quantities, would have a direct impact on cognitive capacities, cognitive phenomena. Okay, so think about quantities like the metabolic profile or the type of neurotransmitter and receptors used by a cell, a neuron. Again, that allows for variation. The question is whether this type of variation matters directly to neural computing. Or think about the composition, molecular composition of a neural cell. The protein composition or the RNA composition. Again, these are properties that vary across neurons. And actually, parentheses, it's not trivial to characterize what a neuron is. Why? Because there is incredible heterogeneity in terms of morphology, in terms of electrophysiology, and in terms of molecular makeup of neurons in the brain. And an active research area is exactly to classify and taxonomize different types of neurons to find commonalities that matter and highlight differences that might also matter. Parenthesis closed. The other two quantities here that I would like to highlight have to do with sizes, with, say, connections, pattern of connectivity, mass, density. again, today there were a couple of examples focusing on connectivity, where there is at least a correlation between cognitive processing and patterns of connectivity. One last, say, potential source of degrees of freedom that might matter to neural signaling has to do with changes over time at different scales, from evolutionary scale, considering also other forms of organisms without a neural system. And again, from the basal cognition kind of perspective, these systems, these organisms, do process information. And the question is, well, if they do process information, do they only use action potentials for carrying out certain functions? But also think about, at a lower ontogenetic time scale, how the pattern of action potentials exhibited by neurons can vary. Not just out of plasticity, but also development and deterioration. Deterioration, for instance, involving neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer's disorder, for instance. And now you might ask, okay, but how do we know, which one or which ones of these possible degrees of freedom might matter when it comes to computing in the brain? And the answer is, well, it's business as usual. Again, Violetta highlighted various practices in computational neuroscience that involve modeling, model-based experiments, and manipulations of the actual system. And to find out the relevant degrees of freedom to computing, I think it's business as usual. It's nothing special. A nice, say, quote that pretty much is in the same spirit is by Seymour Papert, who in a paper highlights the materiality of computation. And he and Franz write, our central focus is the use of the computer as just another type of material, just as pendulums. That's an interesting kind of comparison, because pendulums are also abstract in a sense. Paints, clay, and so forth can be messed around with, so can computers. And again, if brains are computers, then messing around with brains would help to identify those degrees of freedom, possibly beyond spikes that matter when it comes to computing. The last thing I wanted to say has to do with what it could take to demonstrate, okay, so the kind of standards required to demonstrate that neural computing is medium independent or medium dependent. So far, I talked about degrees of freedom. Now I would like to make a connection with the debate about medium independency or dependency. Here is what Piccinini writes in 2022. If someone could show that a specific type of physical state, process, or entity, for instance, a specific neurotransmitter, is required to perform a specific type of neurocognitive operation, recognizing faces, in the sense that no physical system using a different physical state, process, or entity could perform that operation, then they would have to show that neurocognitive operation is medium dependent. This would be difficult to demonstrate, and as far as I can tell, no one has shown anything of this sort. Two notices. First, computational neuroscientists do ascribe specific computing roles to neurotransmitters. In the reinforcement learning kind of approach, different computing functions concerning, for instance, delay discounting or a rate of learning, or again, the sort of reward prediction error kind of computing, these computing roles are performed by neurochemicals, neurotransmitters. At least that's a viable hypothesis. The second thing I wanted to highlight about the researchers' researchers' practices in relation to neurochemicals is that one of the aims of computational psychiatry is exactly to discover whether and how specific neurotransmitters that is below the level of spikes are required to perform certain tasks. Okay, so this is very much, a feature of the practice that doesn't seem to be captured by the sort of definition, or at least conditions of medium dependency that Piccinini was talking about. Also, and then I'm done, notice something. I believe that the kind of conditions provided by Piccinini about medium dependency are implausible. And I would also like to make it implausible possible conditions for medium independency. So here is what somebody might say about medium, what it would take to demonstrate neural computing is medium independent. If someone could show that a general type of physical state process or entity, for instance, a certain rate or timing of any neural spike trace, is required and sufficient to perform a specific type of neurocognitive operation, recognizing faces, in the sense that any physical system using the same physical state could perform that operation, then they would have shown that neurocognitive operation is medium independent. This would be difficult to demonstrate, and as far as I can tell, no one has shown anything of this sort. So the bottom line here is that it seems that medium dependency or independency should not be understood as, again, on-off properties of a system. I would like to suggest that depending on the number and types of degrees of freedom of a system, the sort of vehicles of computing of that system might be more or less dependent on the physical substrate which constitutes that system. Conclusions. So I wanted to do a couple of general things in this talk. First thing I wanted to highlight that degrees of freedom has at least two well-defined and attested usages in computational cognitive neuroscience. It remains unclear, and a focus on ongoing research, what the computationally relevant degrees of freedom or properties of neurons might be. And the last suggestion I made is that medium independence might be best understood in terms of degrees and in terms of contrast classes, not just as this computation or this kind of function performed by this system is independent from the substrate or dependent. And perhaps, again, some kinds of computations do require vehicles with specific physical makeups. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Questions? Please, Alex.
Yes, thank you for your talk. I found it really interesting. I almost wish you would have talked more about degrees of freedom in computers too, because that's also maybe a question of how we model what computers do. But maybe outside of that, I was wondering if you have any opinion on how this term is used in fields like synergetics or in coordination dynamics, where this is kind of, people are trying to generalize the way that, degrees of freedoms, constraints, synergies are used in mechanics to more general systems. So do you think there is like some value to that? Because, for example, these kind of approaches would then say, well, degrees of freedom are something that specify possibilities, like a possible state space of a smaller scale system, and then through that system being constrained in some way, it actually loses degrees of freedom. So this might be, maybe if you're saying, well, they specify some kind of possible computational operations, such a view would suggest that the space of possible computational operations actually gets reduced is that anything you would find reasonable, basically, is what I'm asking. Thank you.
The short answer is yes. The longer answer has to do with a subtle distinction between the dimensionality of a system and its degrees of freedom. What you were describing sort of straddles that kind of distinction. When you talk about, the dynamics of a system, you will need, sort of state space, and you need to define, the relevant dimensions where the rule of evolution of the system is defined. In the case of degrees of freedom, at least in the domains I was talking about, you don't have, say, a state space from the get-go. You don't have, dimensions on which a rule of evolution is defined. So there might be similarities and differences between the notion of dimension and the notion of a degree of freedom. The second thing I wanted to say in relation to the example you mentioned is that one relevant notion there would be, again, from engineering. Control systems, what sort of movable parts or variables, just to introduce another term, would allow the system to evolve in certain ways and to display certain kinds of behavior. The third and last thing I wanted to say, maybe, these are ways of not answering your question directly, but my one-word answer was yes to your question. The third observation has to do with something very interesting you mentioned in terms of reduction or elimination of degrees of freedom. Wilson, in her paper, which I mentioned as an exemplar of philosophical usage of degrees of freedom, provides an argument about non-reductive physicalism exactly by focusing at practices of degree of freedom elimination or reduction. She doesn't focus on synergistics. She focuses on physics, basically. But, that kind of approach you were suggesting at least has been covered by Wilson for different kinds of purposes.
Okay. Thanks, Matteo. Thanks for this talk. So I also have, some gripes with this idea of degrees of freedom, particularly in this debate on concrete computation. And so, having listened to your talk, here is my hunch, and I think you didn't quite say this, and so I want to know if you agree with this or not. So when Gualtiero Piccinini talks about degrees of freedom, what I read is he's saying, look, we have our medium of computation, and our medium of computation can vary in some way, and the degrees of freedom, the number of degrees of freedom is going to be the number of separate states that are going to be relevant. So if I have a binary computer, I have 2 degrees of freedom. If I have a ternary computer, I have 3 degrees of freedom. If I have an analog computer, I have however many I can measure. But from this kind of mechanical physical perspective, which you identified in the other philosophy example from Vernazzani and Coelho-Molo, this would still count as just 1 degree of freedom, right? The degree of freedom here is going to be, if I have a digital computer, is going to be voltage, and it can vary between high and low. And that's the 1 degree of freedom with 2 possible values. So would you say, that there is this kind of disconnect in this usage in concrete computation, or am I getting things completely and hopelessly wrong?
Neither. I would say that the starting point is a physical system. Physical system displays a bunch of properties, or can be described by referring to different parameters. Then the next question is, which of these properties that can vary is relevant to computing. Here is degrees of freedom enter the picture. And the degrees of freedom notion allows Piccinini et al. To define a notion of medium independence, which is going to fix the notion of computing they are using. And so again, you start off with physical stuff, you try to figure out what movable parts or properties this physical stuff has, and then a subset of those degrees of freedom is what Piccinini et al. Implicitly appeal to define the vehicles of computing. And again, the typical example has to do with voltages, spike rates, and timing.
Thank you. Zvita?
Yeah, thanks, Matteo. As you can imagine, I find it hard to disagree with anything that you said. But I did have a couple of comments, things inviting you to say more about. So firstly, talking about the experiments that you would need to prove that a particular variable is cognitively relevant. I wonder if it's a lot harder than you indicated it might be, just to go and, you said business as usual, but I wanted to know how in practice you could disambiguate a intervention that you make on a neuron, which just messes things up, like taking the battery out, messes up the background conditions. So you see a change in behavior, but it was like taking the battery out. It didn't actually engage the cognition. And then there's another scenario where you do make an intervention which is truly cognitively relevant, but the brain just sort of has a robustness, or there's another way of maintaining cognitive performance, even though you actually have tweaked something that's cognitively relevant. So how do you get around those issues in practice?
Good. So when I said business as usual,
Yeah.
there was no implication that the business is easy or hard.
Right, okay.
That's the first disclaimer. I think it's very much based on alternative models of the same task,
right.
Also different granularity. And then, it's of course messy, given the redundancy, robustness of neural networks, and, underdetermination. So it's definitely hard. I think that, again, modeling here plays a key role. Models that, in some sense, are computational, compared to non-computational models. And then the question is, what's a computational model and what's a non-computational model? Which, again, would generate different directions of research. But in terms of, again, practice, messing around, plus a range of models for evaluation is the kind of hard business I was alluding to. Okay. Somewhere where maybe, there might be not disagreements, but, different ways of looking at things is the evolvability of, specific neural coding kind of schemes, starting off from, very tiny and simpler organisms, where, again, action potentials do play a role, and then the question is whether those roles are metabolic support versus information processing, and how this would scale.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, my view, I think, should be on the table, is that if you take medium dependence seriously, you have to sort of maybe give up on the idea that there is going to be a hard and fast distinction between like what's cognitively relevant and not. It all gets kind of blurred together in that limit. Okay.
Yeah, and then also, I would add that it's a matter of degree at the end of the day, and that's what I was alluding to at the end of my talk. And operating with, a sort of black or white kind of distinction might be unhelpful also in relation to the complexity of the system you're looking at, but also more subtle questions about, hey, is this feature merely support or for metabolic kind of, say, constraints, or is this information processing? And providing a principled, say, standard to distinguish the two across all organisms, that's very hard. And I'm not even sure it's helpful at the end of the day.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
It's maybe not a particularly smart question, but when we're talking about computation and the neurocognitive processes that you mentioned as an example, face recognition or whatever have you, I'm wondering, because there's a scale to it as well. There's a scale to cognitive processes, right? Facial recognition, we may think of convolutional neural networks. Does it look the same way in our brain? That's, I think, the question that we're trying to figure out. So when I'm thinking about degrees of freedom, what I'm trying to first answer is at which level of complexity am I trying to look at computation? And I was missing this. It was like a black spot in the middle of my vision when I was trying to fill that in. So maybe you could add a few words about that.
Good, thanks. So this is a smart question. I think that the dependence that is relevant here is scale. That is temporal scale and also spatial scale. And what I have in mind is concrete computing, like also others today have mentioned, takes time and energy. And again, the time can make a difference as to whether, a cognitive phenomenon like recognizing faces, say, occurs or not. I can see people around, and the kind of computation needed, for recognizing your faces will end maybe tomorrow. Okay? Now, faceless. Tomorrow, computing. Yay, faces, I see. Would that be the same kind of computation if the time scale was different? I think that time is obviously relevant, not just to characterize the sort of background condition of computing, but for computing itself. And again, this can be cashed out in terms of complexity. Okay, so there is a rigorous notion of complexity in mathematics, and this notion refers to time. If your notion of computation refers to time, but also energy consumption, then it seems that an awful lot of computing in the brain and other systems will depend on the makeup of the system. Okay? And so I take your question to be an invitation to unpack, these possible relationships between the notion of computation, how computing might ground capacities like face recognition, and considerations like time and energy consumption. Because again, if I carry out this computation now of recognizing faces and then off, okay, is that something genuine in terms of neural computation, or is that just a one-off kind of process that shouldn't be characterized as neural computing supporting recognition?
Where is it? Yeah, I had a brief question regarding, you had a slide at some point on like these different features of the brain related more to the chemical part. And you were talking about what may be directly relevant or not that directly relevant. And I was wondering, based on what we were discussing now, so that there is no I understood that there is no, apparently there's no clear boundary between what's just supporting computation or cognition and what's really a part of it, then I was wondering whether we're left with no clear criterion to distinguish what's directly relevant and what it's too indirectly relevant. Because, for example, we know that, I don't know, microglia are not neuronal cells, but are super relevant for neurons to perform their cognitive functions as we would study them. But how can we measure how indirect this contribution or direct is, and why would that be relevant in a model or not?
Two things on this. One is on the criteria, request for criteria. I don't think there is any general criterion to be offered here. Very much depends on the kind of questions you're interested in and the type of system you're dealing with. That's the first thing I would like to say. Second thing I wanted to say has to do with the directedness and indirectedness. For this type of question, there are principled ways of answering based on causal modeling. Within the causal modeling literature, there are debates about the simplicity of a model or the complexity of a model, which tracks the causal paths in a network. Not just the number of causal paths, but also the structure of the causal paths. And taking into consideration, this modeling literature about causality, it is possible to give principled answers to questions about whether a certain feature is directly or indirectly relevant to some effect, and how. But again, to apply this machinery, you need a specific kind of system and a question about it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question, but I'll ask it over a beer. So we're running out of time. Let's thank Matteo again, and thank you for a great day.